T. 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 And D. T. 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 Check, check, check. 1, T. Hello, 1, T.
Two. 1, 2. 2. 2. Okay. 1, 2. 2, 2, 2. Okay. Two. 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Let me ask you to find your seats as we would like to get ready to start shortly. We were scheduled to start at 9 a.m. and so I kindly ask you to find your way to your seat so we can begin with our deliberations for today. Let me ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to get settled as we would like to manage our time as we prepare to start day 2. Kindly find your seats. All right, good morning once again. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2. I hope you all had a lovely evening. I hope you all feel fresh, and I hope you're all well rested, ready for what should be another exciting day. Indeed, to all our distinguished guests, we welcome you as we continue with our program, celebrating with the COMESA Competition Commission, and indeed the theme for the conference, as we're celebrating 10 years of excellence in promoting competitive markets and enhancing the welfare of consumers in the common market. Yesterday was quite an interesting day. We all hope you enjoyed the band, the music at Kumbali, and the food, the dinner. How many of you enjoyed the dinner last night? Yeah? I can only see 2 hands, but it's good to see that you enjoyed yourselves last night. Today, ladies and gentlemen, this morning as we start, we would like to introduce our first moderator and chair for the first panel discussion, as she will be focusing on the topic international cooperation in competitive law enforcement. Ladies and gentlemen, our first moderator today is Economic Affairs Officer for Competition and Consumer Policies Branch, UNCTAD, Miss Elizabeth Gachuri, and she'll be here to introduce her topic further, and of course also introduce the discussants that will take part in this topic. Ladies and gentlemen, today we would love to just encourage our moderators to manage the time a little bit better, and would love to make our sessions interactive. Apologies to our guests. Yesterday we didn't have much time for question and answers, but today we want to make sure that we involve everyone and that we are able to interact accordingly. To our panelists, would like to also ask you to indeed try to keep your comments within time and not to overstretch your comments, so we can be able to manage our sessions well. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to ask you to welcome to the stage with a big round of applause, Miss Elizabeth Gachuri, as she comes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. Good morning, everyone. Since I have the mic for the first time, I just want to thank COMESA for having us here as UNCTAD, and I'm personally very excited to see my old friends, colleagues that I have worked with over the years, and also through our programs in UNCTAD, we have interacted one way or the other. So I'm full of excitement in that regard. And I am here to speak on panel 4 on international cooperation law enforcement. And this is a topic that we all know very well about. We have talked about it, written about it in our institutions at different levels. We have discussed. But today, we have a special occasion. We are discussing within this commemoration of COMESA Competition Commission, one of the institutions in the continent that have shown us by example that it is possible to enforce regional competition laws. So we want to thank everyone who is here with us, and I'm very honored to moderate this panel with great minds and great people who are going to share with us their various experiences, what they think about the international cooperation on enforcement, which sometimes we confuse or we mix it with only cooperation on cases, exchange of information, but it is wider than that, and today we are going to be exploring the how and the why and the tools that are used for international cooperation, and we are very grateful to have all the member states of COMESA here and friends and experts who are going to expound on this very important issue that moves competition enforcement forward. I have a panel of speakers who are going to be with us, and I'm going to invite them to come to the podium now before I introduce them. So we have on the panel Ms. Dorit Chepe. I told her if I make a mistake, she would forgive me for pronouncing her name wrongly. We have Mr. Bayat Sultanov. We were supposed to have Mr. Malik Diallo from AFCFTA, but he was not able to come. And finally, we have Mr. Jeshmukh Kosusul from Mauritius. So my panelists, please, you are welcome to the podium so that I can introduce you formally. As you can see from the program, as I wait for the panel members to settle down, we have now 3 panelists and our keynote speaker, and I am sure we are going to have a good time. And also, I know we're going to have a Q&A, and you're going to like speak back and interact with our panelists as we explore this important subject matter. So I'm going to start by introducing Professor Frederick Jenny, who many people know. And Professor Jenny, I don't know whether you can remember, but I met you first time in 1995 in Tunis. So it has been a very long time that we've seen Professor Jenny in our corridors of UNCTAD, and his work in getting interested in what is happening in the continent is known. And you also know Professor Jenny as the chairman of the OECD Competition Committee for a long time, since 1994. He's also a professor at the Paris Business School and also a co-director of the European Center for Law and Economics. And he was also previously a non-executive director of the Office of the Fair Trading of the United Kingdom, judge of the French Supreme Court, and also the president of the WTO Working Group on Trade and Competition from 1997 to 2004. And in fact, when I was working for the Monopolies Commission in Kenya, I was the Kenyan representative to the Working Group on Trade and competition. So I've interacted with Professor Jenny for many, many years. And welcome very, very much, Professor Jenny. Give him an applause, because yeah, we know he has a heart for what is happening on competition issues in the continent, and that is important to have him from his busy schedules. So then we have Doris Sepe, who is one of the new heads of agencies in Africa. We have had a lot of changes, and we see it as a transition, as passing the baton. So Doris is the commissioner for the South African Competition Commission, and she joined the commission in September last year, in 2022. And she's also a former competition law practitioner representing clients in several significant competition cases. And she has been active in relating the mandate of competition and also working as a legal practitioner dealing with competition cases. And this also includes deep insights into advising the government on competition matters. And we are very happy to have you, Doris. Then we have Mr. Bayat Sultanov, who was appointed a member of the board and minister in charge of competition and trust regulation of the Euro-Asian Commission. So we are very honored to have him here with us to give us the regional view that, that pertains to enforcement issues in the member states of the Euro-Asian Commission. And before Euro-Asian Commission, he worked as the Minister of Trade at the Integration in the Republic of Kazakhstan and Minister of Finance, Ministry of Economy and Budget Planning, and Deputy Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And he has received numerous awards by the government and the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Very welcome, Minister. Then we were supposed to have Malik Diaro from AFCFTA, but he was not able to be with us today. But that will give us some time to speak more deeply about competition enforcement. And then we have Mr. Desmuk Kosea, the Executive Director of the Competition Commission in Mauritius. And he has studied economics, and he's also the Chief Operating Officer at one time at ETIS, a member of the Rigo Group, which is a distributor of major reading technology brands in the Indian Ocean and Africa. And he also occupied senior positions in various capacities in various companies, and was also the chairman of the State Investment Corporation and the commissioner of the COMESA Competition Commission 2015 to 2022. And he has also served the 2 terms on the board of COMESA. And so you're very, very welcome in the panel. Let's give them a hand of applause. And so, good.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start, of course, by thanking the CCC for organizing a wonderful event, a very well-deserved 10th anniversary for all the achievement of the Competition Commission of COMESA. I also want to thank the Malawian government for hosting us, and I'm very happy to be with you. And I also want to extend my personal thanks to all of you here today who, after a heavy night of drinking, dancing, and listening to music, have nevertheless decided to get up to listen to a talk on international cooperation on competition. Now, I'm particularly happy to talk about this because COMESA has been a promoter of international cooperation very actively over the years. And of course, we are in an African context where with the creation of the African Continental FTA, more cooperation is in order and is coming. So let me start by going back to the basics and asking why it is that we need cooperation and competition. And there are many reasons, but I would outline 3 of them. The first one is that, of course, economic markets do not align with national boundaries. That's the result of decades of trade liberalization, but also the emergence of new technologies which create global markets. And the limited jurisdiction of national competition authorities creates gap and difficulties for them, in particular when it comes to dealing with transnational issues. And therefore, cooperation between competition authorities is a necessity given the development of international trade and globalization. The second reason, I think, is that together with convergence, cooperation between competition authorities reduce the transaction costs which are faced by businesses to operate at the world level. And in that way, cooperation does contribute to economic efficiency. The third reason which I see is that, as we all know, there's been a very rapid development of competition law throughout the world, which has gone in parallel with the trade liberalization. And as a result, there are a large number of young agencies who have less experience than other agencies and benefit from exchanges and various technical assistance and cooperation programs with more experienced agencies. So this also increases the effectiveness of competition law enforcement in a great many countries. So all this means that there are very good reasons why we want to promote international cooperation and competition. But between the intent and the policy, we have to be more precise, because international cooperation covers many different areas. And I want to go into some detail about the determinants, or the different dimensions, I would say, of international cooperation. And I would like to say that international cooperation depends, the content of international cooperation depends on three major dimensions. The substance of the cooperation, the form of the cooperation, and the legal basis of the cooperation between competition authorities. So let me start with the substance. When we think about cooperation on the substance, we can distinguish between cooperation on basic competition law framework, cooperation on the institutional design of competition authorities, capacity building cooperation, cooperation on non-enforcement tools, such as market investigations, for example, and cooperation on enforcement on cases. Now, the first two forms of cooperation which I've mentioned, cooperation on basic competition law frameworks and the cooperation on institutional design of competition authorities, is of great use, A, to countries that do not yet have a competition law, and we know that in Africa, for example, some countries don't have a competition law, but also to countries which have already adopted a competition law, but for some reason think that they could improve their legal system or improve their competition authority. And what we have seen over the last 20 years in all countries of the world are successive amendments to the competition law until one got to a system which was satisfactory given the legal and economic environment in which it was taking place. So the process of adopting and upgrading the competition law is very much a process that goes over time and benefits from past experience, but also from references to other countries. COMESA has done quite a bit of cooperation, including with African countries which did not, or which do not yet have a competition law. And in 2021, Lilongwe at UNCTAD was talking about the fact that COMESA was offering competition assistance and cooperation to countries and coordinating ministries in countries where there was not yet a competition law. Now, let me say a few words about the second type of cooperation on capacity building. Why do we need competition on capacity building? First of all, there are different dimensions of it. The first dimension is capacity building on substantive issues in competition law. And one of the reasons for this is that many practices of firms could be pro-competitive or anti-competitive, very much depending on the context in which they are implemented. It's equally true that some transactions could be, or sometimes have, both pro and anti-competitive effects. So there's a need to help countries and competition authorities, particularly young competition authorities, to distinguish between what is an anti-competitive practice and what is not an anti-competitive practice, to give, in order to found their decisions. And this is, for example, an issue when competition authorities have to separate price parallelism and tacit collusion. Parallelism is not usually anti-competitive, but tacit collusion can be, so how does one recognize one from the other? There are many issues where dominant firms can engage into practices which sometimes are pro-competitive and sometimes are anti-competitive. Think about very low prices. A priori, this is a good thing, but it could be predation, in which case it's anti-competitive. Vertical restraints may have both pro and anti-competitive effects, and again, it's necessary to understand how to distinguish between those two. And of course, mergers can have both effects. So that kind of cooperation on capacity building on the substance can be very useful to help, as I said, young competition agency to better adjust their instrument to make sure that they condemned practices which are anti-competitive but not practices which are pro-competitive. The second thing is that the capacity building includes cooperation on the technicalities of competition investigations. There are practical problems. How does one gather evidence? How does one conduct dawn raids when one has the possibility to do so? What are the requirements which have to be followed to respect due process? How does one protect confidential information? There are a lot of technical issues in the conduct of investigations where exchange of experience between advanced agencies and younger agencies can be extremely useful. COMESA, to come back to COMESA, has been doing quite a bit in this area. I think in particular of the technical assistance which has been provided to Malawi or to Rwanda, where precisely the kind of capacity building that I'm talking about was developed. Let me quote an article by Nelly Saketa from South Africa on an article which she entitled, "Are Southern African Competition Law Regimes Geared Up for Effective Cooperation in the Competition Law Enforcement?" And she states that the main priority for newer agencies is the building of institutional capacity, and as such, the focus of cooperation has extended to newer agencies in the region. It has largely been based on the rendering of capacity building and technical assistance, in particular through exchange of staff, through study tours, and through training workshops. Now, let me say one word about the last, or one of the last categories that I've outlined, which is competition on cases. Cooperation on cases is particularly important, of course, in two circumstances, but one of them is when the national competition authority is faced with a practice which originates in another country where it does not have investigatory power. It is also useful, of course, in other circumstances, for example, when a merger has implications in many different countries. So to deal with those, there is a necessity very often to exchange information. And this is a crucial point because the exchange, particularly of confidential information, is not always possible. But where it is possible, it helps competition authorities acquire information which is located outside of their jurisdiction that they can use for their analysis. And there, I would say that it's well known that cooperation on competition enforcement cases has been most developed with respect to merger cases. What is important in the cooperation on merger cases are two things. One of them, to make sure that there is consistency between the economic analysis of the various competition authorities involved in the merger, and the second one is the fact that there should be some coordination on both the timing and the nature of the remedies when we are faced with an anti-competitive merger, because we don't want to have remedies that are going to be contradictory from one country to the other, or inconsistent. As examples, it's important to note that, for example, in very large mergers, such as the Dow-DuPont merger in 2017 or the Bayer-Monsanto merger in 2018, a lot of countries came together to cooperate to solve those, the problems raised by those mergers. And in both cases, the EU, the US, Brazil, China, South Africa, are a few of the countries which have cooperated to solve those mergers. So a combination of competition authorities from different parts of the world, but all faced with similar problems. Let me turn now to the context of cooperation, which is the second determinant. And there, I would make a distinction between cooperation between countries which have the same or have a common competition law, and cooperation between countries that have quite different legal frameworks for cooperation. Second distinction is the distinction between voluntary cooperation and mandatory cooperation. Now, on the first point, the question of the similarity or the convergence of competition laws across country, I think that we can all agree with the fact that cooperation is all the more easy, that the different countries cooperating have similar laws, even if they are not exactly the same. Now, in bilateral cooperation, on the opposite side, we don't need to have similar laws, and there are plenty of examples, for example, cooperation between the EU and the US, which have different legal frameworks for competition law, doesn't prevent bilateral cooperation. At the regional level, whether it's at the level of the EU or at the level of COMESA, all the countries have one part of the law which is common to all of them, and therefore cooperation can be easier and can be deeper in this context because of the similarities in competition law. So convergence and cooperation go to a certain extent together, and there is a prospect for deeper cooperation among member states of a regional trade agreement, because they usually have a legal framework which applies similarly to all of them. So, as Nelly Seketa from South Africa emphasized, the recent emergence of competition regime within SADC member states has not meant a harmonization of the laws or the institutional approaches within the region. This divergence in substantive provisions of the national competition law, together with legal restrictions to the release of confidential information and legal hindrance to the admissibility of evidence obtained through information exchanges, has provided a further challenge for effective enforcement cooperation amongst agencies. So she very clearly makes the point that to get to cooperation on enforcement cases, the similarity of laws or the commonality of laws is a huge advantage, and that it's one of the reasons she sees in South African region for a lack of cooperation between competition agencies. Now, with respect with whether cooperation is voluntary or mandatory, this is quite important when it comes to competition cooperation on enforcement cases, because voluntary frameworks, which are like bilateral exchange agreements between two countries, are effective only to the extent with two limitations. One of them is that each country is free to choose with whom it wants to cooperate and with whom it doesn't want to cooperate. And second, within the cooperation agreement, usually those bilateral voluntary cooperation agreements imply that any country can decide on a particular case that it doesn't want to cooperate with the countries with which it has an agreement. So that limits considerably the scope for cooperation. Whereas mandatory cooperation is very often found in the context of regional trade agreements, and usually contain two dimensions. One of them, the allocation of cases between jurisdictions. This is typically the case where, I don't know, large mergers, for example, which are above a certain threshold, are going to be treated by the central or regional authority, whereas lower or smaller mergers, which do not have the same implication across border, are going to be handled by national competition authorities. So allocation of cases is one of the dimensions. The second dimension of mandatory cooperation is a division of labor between competition authorities. If I take the example, which is not a particularly positive example of WAEMU, for example, but which is a regional agreement where there is mandatory cooperation, the national competition authorities need to perform or are supposed to perform general investigative functions on the basis of a request, either domestically or a request, a mandate from the WAEMU Commission. Second, they are supposed to undertake constant market surveillance. Third, they are supposed to report to the regional authority. The WAEMU example is an interesting example because it's an example where there is mandatory cooperation, but on top of this, there is a division of labor between the national competition authorities and the regional competition authorities, which means that all of the allocation of cases goes to the regional authority. And Mobakum, who wrote about 10 years after the WAEMU protocol was signed, had some pessimistic words about this particular arrangement where there was centralization of cases on top of a mandatory cooperation agreement. He said, the centralized approach is not flawless. The collaboration of national structure and the community is not effective, and the regional institutional level, which was supposed to constitute a strong authority, faces severe constraints in terms of resources and flexibility. The regional case law remains, therefore, quite limited. This was written about 10 years ago. I don't believe, based on a private conversation with Mobakum, that the situation has changed significantly since then. Not all cooperation within the context of regional trade agreements are as disappointing as the WAEMU case. And the COMESA model, which is not a centralized model, it's more of a mixed model where some of the transactions are handled by the COMESA Commission and some are handled by the national competition authorities, is a valuable counterexample. As Vincent Nkoma, who you saw yesterday on the films, the presentation of the COMESA Secretariat, stated in a recent presentation on cooperation and competition in COMESA, views expressed by the member states have been critical to the analysis and decision-making of the 40-plus mergers which have been notified at the time that he was making the presentation. So he was emphasizing the fact that the cooperation between the member states and the regional authority had worked very well. So the last dimension of cooperation that I wanted to mention is the legal basis for cooperation. And there we have some cooperation agreements which are based on provisions in trade agreements, and certainly the discussions that have taken place in the WTO have been hugely important to push forward the idea of cooperation. But they can also result from dedicated legal instruments, whether those instruments are cooperation treaties in some cases, or whether they are a memorandum of understanding between competition authorities. They can also result, this is more rarely the case, but they could also result from general cooperation agreements such as the mutual legal assistance treaties, and cooperation can be informal when there is no legal basis to establish this cooperation. So an example of memorandum of understanding is the memorandum of understanding between the COMESA Commission and the DRC Commission, which was signed in 2021, which provides for a notification of individual enforcement activities which may affect the other jurisdictions, a coordination of enforcement activities between the two jurisdictions, and an attempt to avoid conflicts in enforcement activity, and a cooperation to advance technical assistance and capacity building. This is fairly typical of this kind of agreement. Now, we should not discount informal cooperation, that is cooperation that is not supported by a specific legal text authorizing this cooperation. In a number of countries, competition authorities are not at liberty to sign an MOU, so therefore they cannot use this legal avenue to base their cooperation. And this doesn't mean, however, that they do not cooperate on an informal basis with others. Let me quote on this the CCC presentation of Vincent Nkoma, which I was referring to earlier. He stated the following: there's been a move towards informal cooperation based on friendship and mutual trust between like-minded competition agencies rather than on formal agreements. This informal cooperation can be general, targeting capacity building or initiatives or networking, but can also be case-specific regarding anti-competitive business practices and mergers. However, later on in his presentation, he does acknowledge the fact that information sharing on cases is much more difficult in the case of informal cooperation than when there is a legal basis on which the competition authorities can rest. Now, on the issue of confidential information, let me state that the legal framework varies quite widely depending on the national competition law, and I will just make reference here to the example of Mauritius and the example of South Africa. And in Mauritius, but I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, but the disclosure of information is in fact restricted unless, and I quote, for the purpose of responding to a request made by a foreign or multinational competition authority for the production of information in circumstances where Mauritius is a party to an international agreement providing for the production or exchange of information. So there is this possibility for the competition authority, when it has a legal agreement, to exchange confidential information with other jurisdictions. In South Africa, and again I stand to be corrected, but it is the tribunal who can decide whether or not information is confidential, and second, whether or not a request for getting this confidential information is acceptable or not. Which means, from what I understand, that the Commission itself, on its own volition, cannot really make the kind of decision that could be made in the case of Mauritius. So we have, in national laws, we have differences. Now, what do we learn from this description which I've done of the various aspects of cooperation? I think a number of things. The first one is that the scope, the depth, and the effectiveness of cooperation on competition depends on numerous variables. And when one designs a system of cooperation, one has to keep in mind those various dimensions to try to get the kind of framework which would be most conducive to what is hoped for. The second, I mean, this is particularly important, by the way, in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Agreements, because Article 7 and 8 of the Free Trade Agreement mandate cooperation on competition policy in Africa, so there's going to be a need to develop a framework. And at the present time, I would say that the situation in Africa very much looks like a spaghetti ball of agreements and going in all kinds of directions, some of them effective and some of them not so effective. So it's going to be quite important to rethink or to try to rethink the general framework. Second, there is a need at a policy level, identifying the needs of cooperation by the various countries is crucial, because depending on the needs, you may have different type of cooperation which are useful. So this analysis has to be done very seriously, taking into consideration the legal, the institutional, and I would say the economic level of development of the countries which are cooperating, because they may have different needs. One thing which I've not mentioned, and which I personally think is lacking in the area of cooperation on competition, is ex post assessment of the effectiveness of the cooperation which has taken place. I think that this would be very useful to try to weed out the kind of cooperation activities which have not been so promising and the ones which have been really useful. The convergence of competition law, which cannot be entirely distinguished from the cooperation. Cooperation will be more effective with more convergence. Cooperation will also lead to more convergence. So the two are linked together, and I think that this is something important to keep in mind. Having a clear legal basis for cooperation is most definitely a help. Clarity and balance, particularly in regional agreement between the responsibilities and the duties of the National Competition Authority versus the regional authority, is extremely important. And this has to be a division of labor which is workable. Remember the case of Waimu, where I said that it doesn't work very well. So there must be both clarity but also balance between the duties of the various competition authorities. And finally, informal cooperation, not so much for case enforcement, but for technical assistance and other activities, is also quite important and should not be discounted. So I just want to say 2 words before I conclude on how effective has cooperation been so far in competition in the world in general, and in the case of Africa in particular. And I'm basing myself on 2 reports: the OECD ICN report for 2022 on cooperation, what has cooperation and competition become, and an assessment which was done by Mr. Nkoma, which I have referred to earlier. So what do we learn from the OECD ICN report? The first consideration is that cooperation and competition has increased throughout the world, but it has increased with different levels of intensity depending on what kind of cooperation one talks about. The second consideration is that authorities, I should have mentioned that there were 64 respondents to this survey by the OECD and the ICN. There were only 4 African countries that were among the respondents, which were Egypt, Kenya, Seychelles, and South Africa, which is the reason why I'm also going to refer to the COMESA assessment. But we have a fairly wide view through this survey of what have been the general trends. So the second trend has been the fact that cooperating agencies have all, irrespective of their maturity, irrespective of the size, considered that international cooperation could be useful to improve their effectiveness, and that they benefited from such cooperation. The third conclusion is that building experience, trust, understanding, and relationships and networking is something that we're doing right now in this gathering, is something which is very important as a background to developing cooperation, even if it's very informal. The fourth conclusion is that various legal instruments can be used, and I've mentioned some of those, but there's still there's still obstacles to cooperation which are due to the lack of adaptation of the legal context. Finally, the OECD ICN survey said there are 5 types of challenges to international cooperation. One of them is resources of competition authority. The second one is issues of coordination and timing, because countries have different timing perspective. The third one are the legal limitations, and there are 2 sets of legal limitations. The confidential information sharing is not always allowed, the investigative assistance is not always possible, and the enhanced cooperation, for example, the possibility to conduct joint investigations, is not always possible. The fourth point is trust and reciprocity. Countries are not going to cooperate with other countries unless they trust them. Now, that trust is over and beyond the legal framework of that other country. And fifth, the fact that there are practical issues which sometimes cannot be avoided, language issues or issues of time differences. The final conclusion was also that regional cooperation was the most important type of cooperation and the most successful type of cooperation throughout the world. Now, if I call the COMESA presentation I was referring to on the challenges to formal cooperation in COMESA, the items you will see are very similar. The presentation suggested that inadequate capacity to handle requests for information from other jurisdictions was one of the obstacles because of resource constraints or constraints on human capacity. Second, the lack of harmonization of the domestic laws was a problem. Third, the fact that there was legal restriction on the sharing of confidential information. Fourth, the fact that there was legal restriction on the admissibility of information from other jurisdictions in national courts. Fifth, inadequate mutual interest. And finally, issues of national sovereignty. So, as you can see, the challenges to cooperation that we see in Africa are pretty similar to the challenges to cooperation that we see throughout the world in general. So let me finish with two observations for the future. One of them is on the trade-offs. If, when one thinks about cooperation, one would hope that cooperation would achieve a number of things. It would reduce the externalities due to anti-competitive practices. It would protect the national sovereignty of the cooperating countries. It would help competition authorities improve their competition enforcement at home. It would reduce the cost of enforcement for all the participants, and the cost of cooperation should not be disproportionate or either. The problem is that getting all those objectives simultaneously is complicated. There are trade-offs between those various objectives, and one has to be clear about the trade-off. And one of the important trade-offs is the trade-off about national sovereignty. Bilateral cooperation agreements are the ones that protect the national sovereignty of the cooperating country to the fullest possible extent, because they don't commit to really anything. It's more a declaration of intention than an obligation. Mandatory cooperation, on the other hand, involves a much deeper abandonment of national sovereignty, but as a result, it's more cost-effective because there's an allocation in general of cases between the central or the regional authority and the national competition authorities. And second, it is most effective because it's mandatory and therefore cooperation actually takes place. So what is the right balance between national sovereignty and effectiveness is something that will have to be thought about in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. The last comment goes back to my very first comment, the changing world. We are in a changing economic world, a world where we used to have multinationals operating on different national markets, hence the desire to cooperate. And we are going to a world, towards a world, where there are no national markets anymore. There's a global market, and there are global platforms establishing their policies for the global world. And this creates a bit of a question about whether the type of cooperation that we're talking about is still entirely adequate. Let me take three examples very rapidly. One of them is that Google has this policy or had this policy of not paying the media, the media, for the snippets that they use in Google News. Okay? Some countries have decided that this may be an abuse of dominance, and there's been a case that it started in Spain, and then another case in Australia, and then another case in France, and in many jurisdictions. Second example, I will take the Apple Pay case. Okay, so Apple has a system whereby you have to go through the Apple Pay applications if you want to enter into a transaction on the Apple platform. And the question is whether this is a monopolization case or this reduced competition, because there could be other ways to pay, and some of them would be cheaper than going through Apple Pay. And we know that the Netherlands, but after the Netherlands, many other jurisdictions have started investigating this. The issue there, I'll take a third example to finish, the case of Booking.com. Now, Booking.com has this policy that if you advertise a room in a hotel, for example, on Booking.com, you cannot advertise the same room for a cheaper price on a different site. Okay? So it's a price parity clause. And again, one jurisdiction after another has decided that this may be anti-competitive. The question there is, do we need to have all those cases for practices which are implemented the world over and have exactly the same effect in all the countries? Isn't that a terrible waste of our resources? Shouldn't we cooperate on opening cases as well as on dealing with cases? The OECD-ICN survey suggested that the third obstacle to cooperation was a lack of resources on the part of competition authorities. There are ways to make cooperation saving resources for competition authorities, and my contention is that maybe we haven't looked sufficiently in those possibilities to try to think about other types of organization. And when I talk about other type of organization, the Booking.com case is interesting because this is one of the few cases where three competition authorities, the French, the Swedish, and the Italian, came together for a joint decision. Okay. Now, joint decision could be one solution. Lead authorities could be another one. Coordination on cases or the adoption of decisions taken elsewhere. All those would be instruments that would considerably reduce the cost of cooperation. Thank you very much for having listened to me, and I'm sorry I've been a bit long.
Hello? Okay. So thank you very much, Professor Jenny, for sharing with us, giving us the platform to discuss the various types, modes, challenges where the continent is. And we are grateful for your speech. And I am sure that we have got a lot to pick from there moving forward. So now to go to our next session of the panel. I'm going to ask the panelists to answer two questions, like successively, like I ask question one, then question two after. And we make it short if possible to be able to have time for Q&A so that the audience can also interact with us. So I'm going to start with Commissioner Doris. The first question that I have for Doris is, which investigative tools has the Competition Commission of South Africa applied on both domestic and cross-border and competitive cases? So that's the first question for you to give an answer. You have the floor, madam.
Is this Firstly, thank you, Elizabeth. I would like to take this opportunity first to congratulate the COMESA Competition Commission on their 10th anniversary, and thank you also for inviting the Competition Commission of South Africa to be here. It's an absolute pleasure and privilege to be here to share this auspicious occasion with you. This is an indication, as Professor Jenny has just said, of integrating cooperation even amongst us as competition authorities. So thank you very much. Just on the question that you asked, I mean, I think Professor Jenny has spoken a lot on this, and from a South African Competition Commission perspective, I think I would like to start off by saying, from our point of view, international cooperation has been one of the greatest tool of advocacy that has formed part of the pillars of enforcement within the agency. From inception 24 years ago, we have benefited immensely from international cooperation among most competition agencies, both within the continent and also globally, and also within the multilateral agencies like the ICN, the ACF, and the OECD. So that has been at the very heart of how we deal with this. It has taken many different forms, as you were asking me, Elizabeth, and those forms, Professor Jenny has spoken about it. They've been both from an informal point of view and formal in the forms of bilateral agreements with MOUs with various competition authorities. And these have included a number of these forms, from information exchange, coordination of enforcement activities, joint investigation in some instances where possible, technical assistance for both the agency and to other agencies who were requiring this, joint advocacy and outreach programs, and as I have said, lastly, formal international agreements with various competition authorities. In our experience, Chair, this cooperation has yielded great significant benefits. It has enhanced agency effectiveness in various forms, and as Professor Jenny spoke earlier on, it has meant being able to detect and address anti-competitive practices that have a cross-border effect. But also, it has helped us even in domestic conduct that is common to similar markets across the globe. One of the earliest cases for us, which was that were very interesting at inception, it was in cartel enforcement, and one of them was in the cement industry. Because the cartel had been investigated in so many jurisdictions, what it meant was that we were able to investigate those cases and able to, in fact, finalize those. That helped us. The investigation and prosecution of the cement cartel, particularly, or the construction cartel, assisted us in establishing our credibility as an effective economic regulator. So for us, this has been a very useful tool to do so. It also, during these economic crunch times, has also helped in the sense that we are able, through these tools and cooperation, to be able to tap into activities that other jurisdictions have dealt with, and that does enable us to reduce use of resources as agencies in this. Professor Jenny has spoken about this, the reduction of cost in enforcement by tapping into cooperation with other international agencies. The digital markets are a prime example of this. Professor Jenny has spoken about it. We, as you know, in South Africa are involved currently in a number of digital market projects, one of which has been a market inquiry on the online intermediation platform market inquiry. And the assistance we have received from other jurisdictions who were already on this journey, the CMA, the European Commission, and the Australian, the ACCC, has been quite valuable in this area to enable us to tap to work on some of these cases. The other issue that Professor Jenny spoke about, which I wanted to highlight on the issue on these tools, is the benefit of consistency of legal interpretation and application. I think that has a benefit on effective, that results from effective international cooperation. Such consistency obviously assists us in building a culture of transparency and accountability as agency, so that the people who we are regulating and investigating are able to understand in as certain a manner as possible the framework within which we are operating. Yesterday there was a lot of discussion on greater certainty in application of our rules. And this adds to the deterrence of effective competition enforcement, because when market players know that there are a number of jurisdictions who are looking through their conduct, they then know to be careful or to try and comply with laws, knowing that they would be monitored, and if they are not, there will be some consequence for such anti-competitive behavior. The next part that I wanted to talk about has been also about capacity building in this, and better understanding of global markets. We all know that, as Professor Jenny said earlier on, while we may have national laws, the economic activities doesn't know those bounds. And so we have seen over time in a globalized economy that most of the activities are happening not just in your national markets, but they are also occurring elsewhere. And so cooperation in this way, including allowing of exchange of information and best practices between agencies, leads to developing more effective policies and enforcement strategies in this way. Just to end on this, though, is, and Professor Jenny has said this a little earlier on, is we have had very good experiences, and when I come to speak about South African experiences, I will touch on some of the cases in this regard. We have had very good benefits from this, but this has not been without challenges. And Professor Jenny has spoken about some of those challenges, and from us, those challenges has happened particularly where you're dealing with global respondents, where issues of jurisdiction come to the fore and would not be able to provide the information you require. And so cooperation with international competition authorities become quite critical and key. And we have seen that in some instances where the cooperation is not forthcoming, or where it has a number of layers of requirements, it can delay investigations, and it can also lead to hampering of investigation capacity. I know, as Professor Jenny has said, there are a number of organizations, the ICN, UNCTAD, and the OECD, who are looking and discussing mechanisms to enhance competition cooperation among agencies in order to deal with some of the challenges. And I will deal more deeply with those when I discuss South African cases on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Doris, for sharing with us the tools and what has been happening in South Africa, because we know that South Africa has been a key player on coordinating and connecting with other countries in the continent and beyond. So thank you very much. We now go to Mr. Sultanov. I would like to ask you, how does the Eurasian Economic Commission cooperate with the national competition authorities of the Union, member states, on cases and the development of competition law? That is the first question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I want to say thank you for COMESA Competition Commission for invite us and my delegation from Eurasian Economic Commission to invite this wonderful event, and I am very happy to be here with you in 10 years anniversary celebration. And about your question, one of the key functions of of the Eurasian Economic Commission is to ensure fair competition in the cross-border markets of our union. These are the markets which geographical boundaries extend to the territory of 2 or more member countries of the Eurasian Economic Union. In such case, the Commission works closely with the national competition authorities. The basis for such interaction between us is the Treaty on the Eurasian Economic Union. We cooperate with national competition authorities at all stages of the case consideration, as well as when determining of our work plans. Sorry. For example, a case will be transferred from the Commission to the national authorities, or vice versa, if it is determined that is fall within the competence of another authority. Moreover, this is possible at any stage of proceedings. Further, the member countries actively participate in case consideration procedure held by the Commission, including evidence gathering. In addition, the Commission may request to carry out procedural actions such as down rates. Here are some statistics. For example, last year we considered 26 applications on violations of competition rules in cross-border markets. We conducted 12 investigations and considered 13 cases. All of this was made possible through the active cooperation between cooperation of the national competition authorities with our Commission. They held it is collect evidence, conduct on-site inspections, and so on. In addition, the Commission improves the Union's competition law in close cooperation with the national competition authorities. In particular, no innovation or amendment of existing law is possible without the consent of all 5 countries of our Union. We try to harmonize regional and national competition law and to make jurisdictions similar. To sum up, national competition authorities are actively involved in the Commission's work and have significant influence on our activities. And your second question about difficulties. As I noted earlier, in the Eurasian.
Sir, I want you to finish on the one, and then you go to the round 2. Okay?
Yeah, okay. Sorry.
Thank you. The representative from the Commission of Eurasian Competition Commission for sharing with us how they are driving the process of cooperation among its membership, and how it is important that the member states are part of this process, because it cannot happen at regional level without action at the national level. So thank you very much, and we will ask you the next question after we have finished the first round. Thank you. So now we go to Mr. Kuresur from Mauritius, and the question is, as the Competition Commission, the COMESA Competition Commission extends its enforcement activities to cover unilateral conduct at cartels. Which measures could be adopted by member states to assist the CCC effectively enforce the regulations and apply investigation powers in member states' jurisdictions in the view of different legal systems in existence? So please.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And before starting, I would like also to join hands with the delegates to congratulate the CCC for its 10-year anniversary, and Dr. Wamba and his team for organizing this wonderful event. So I would like to share with you some aspect of our collaboration with CCC, and in one word, I would say it has been a successful collaboration since the last 10 years that we have been working together. And the cooperation with CCC, it has taken, it happens through various dimensions. Professor Jenny has mentioned very exhaustively the different facets of how cooperation can happen. And it is, in this case, in our case, through enforcement, through advocacy, and through capacity building. And this has been possible because we are a member of COMESA, and we are under duty to assist the CCC. And also our national laws empowers the Commission of Mauritius to exchange information, knowledge, and expertise with other competition authorities. On top of that, we have signed an MOU with CCC in 2017 with a purpose to, I read, promote cooperation and coordination between the parties in order to promote competition in the common market and to lessen the possibility or impact of differences between the parties in the application of their respective laws. And for us, it's important to have this cooperation because, you know, for small countries like Mauritius, sometimes to make our voice being heard in international mergers, big mergers with multinationals, it can be a little bit challenging. So having this leverage through CCC is a way, is an important way for us to make us heard and to get our views, you know, on board when decisions are being taken and in those mergers. And to date, we have the Competition Commission of Mauritius has collaborated with the CCC on 200 merger cases concerning every sector, nearly all sectors. But this is the formal part, but I would like to add also that there is also, you know, this informal part, the trust that exists between our teams. When we are here, we feel like we are in a same family, and we have also a seat on the board of commissioners of COMESA since 10 years. No, we are present there, so this helps us to understand, you know, all the rules and how to work well together. And we have also staff from the Mauritian Commission that have been employed by the CCC. So all these elements, this informal aspect also help to make it a successful collaboration. We have also collaborated on capacity building, and many of our staff have benefited from initiatives coming from the CCC. And members also of the CCC have participated in our initiatives in Mauritius. And one important aspect is also the merger fees that are shared among the COMESA countries in case of merger. This has proven to be a very important resource for us for initiatives that otherwise I believe we would not have been able to have in capacity building or strengthening of a law. And also we have collaborated with CCC in our advocacy activities. For example, this year there was a big event in Mauritius. And as a last example, I would also mention a project, a law review project on which we have received the collaboration, the assistance of a CCC. Thank you, Chair.
So thank you very much. Thank you for sharing with us that close collaboration that you have with COMESA, which is very important for Mauritius as a small country, as you have said, and also the growth of the relationship, and for having Mauritius on the page, for example, because of that collaboration and working with COMESA, and interesting that you have collaborated in so many cases. And yeah, so that's a good, now that we are celebrating COMESA's success for 10 years, and we are grateful for your sharing. So we go back then to Commissioner Doris, and Doris, I know you shared a lot about what you're doing, but would you give us some specific examples, and also tell us more about the impact of your enforcement, which because of this step that you have taken to collaborate across border, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you again, Elizabeth. And as I said when answering the first question, we have had a lot of cooperation across the globe and even on the continent, and the cooperation has taken not only us getting information from other agencies, but in fact has also included us providing cooperation or information exchange with other competition authorities, both on the continent and globally. And it has included all aspects, I think, of enforcement. I mean, Professor Jenny spoke about it in measures, and I think that's where a lot of the cooperation, in fact, has happened. But it has also happened, as I've said earlier, in cartel cases and even in some of the abuse cases that we have been enforcing. I want to speak about these cases in two forms. Those where there has been almost fruitful engagement, just to speak to the impact, but also those where there has been challenges that we have experienced, either the challenges as a result of non-responsiveness or as a result of legal impediments that arise from this. And I think I will start with a number of the cases that we have done. I mean, in measures, for example, you'll recall the SAB and InBev measure. I mean, that measure, because SAB and both SAB and InBev were operating globally, we found that engagement with the EU, the US, and even countries on the African continent where SAB operated largely were quite useful. In fact, in one of the instances, I think the South African merging team attended some of the public hearings in Botswana, where sorghum as an input into beer was one of the key considerations, and to ensure that we understood the competition issues that arose there, but also in looking at our remedies, that the remedies would actually be able to be implemented both in South Africa and may not necessarily have a negative impact in the other countries where that happened. So for me, that kind of cooperation was quite helpful. Similarly, with the Heineken distill merger that Temingosi spoke about yesterday, cooperation was quite helpful also, including within the SADC region, where in particular with the Namibian Competition Authority, where we knew that because of the Windhoek Lager product which was involved, we needed to understand whether our investment conditions that we wanted to impose in South Africa, what impact that would have on the market, including in Zimbabwe and other member states of COMESA. So those two, from my point of view, were quite helpful in looking at both the competition issues, but also looking at the remedies and how it impacted on everyone. The other issue, the other matter, I think, where we dealt with was the recent Anchorage and Activision merger. The interesting thing on that, from our engagement with other jurisdictions where the merger was notified, was to look at theories of harm and the remedies on those across the globe. We found that was quite helpful also from a resource point of view, because where you found that other jurisdictions had already looked at some of the theories of harm, you were then able to look at that based on the information already acquired by other authorities. There has been other matters in market conduct, in abuse cases. We have received requests from the Australian Competition Authority, the ACCC. Following the investigation, we were involved in the GovChat WhatsApp and Facebook matter that we have referred to the Competition Tribunal. And in this instance, the engagement was in a form of providing the information to the ACCC on this matter, and that included providing them with a non-confidential version of the Competition Tribunal interim relief order on the matter and some of the investigation strategies we had adopted. Just on the challenges, I can see you, Elizabeth, that you are pressed for time. I saw the master of ceremony coming to you, so I will move a little bit faster on that. But I do think that there has been challenges, Elizabeth, and we as the Competition Authority in South Africa, as I said earlier on, particularly when we're dealing with global foreign-based respondents, we have been met with challenges of jurisdiction by those respondents asserting that the South African Competition Authority does not have jurisdiction over them, and as a result do not cooperate in investigation. In those instances, we have, in one particular matter on excessive pricing, we have in fact looked to competition authorities who would ordinarily have jurisdiction over those respondents, but either due to lack of MOUs or non-responsiveness have struggled to get some of the information we require. And the reasons have been, as I say, both legal and non-responsiveness. And I think there is a need as competition authorities As we have increased this level of competition cooperation, there is a need to enhance it and to ensure that in instances of this nature, we are able to assist one another to be able to deal with whatever legal impediments that exist to enable us to do so. And I think, as I said, the OECD, I know UNCTAD is also involved in this. There really is a need for that enhancement of international cooperation, obviously with the necessary legal safeguard, particularly on confidential sharing of information that may be confidential to the respondents. Thank you. I'm sorry for that.
Thank you very much, Doris, for the additional information and also giving us examples that you have gone beyond the continent and now trans-many seas, and it's a good example of how far it can go. So because the MC is looking at us, we are going to be short. I know the gentleman will be shorter than Doris, so it's okay. So I'm having the second question for Mr. Sultanov on sharing the difficulties that the EEC face in implementing regional cooperation in competition enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our Eurasian Economic Commission as integration consists of 5 countries and 5 countries with different territories and climate, different economy, and of course different legislation. So as I noted earlier, in the Eurasian Economic Commission, decisions shall be taken with the consent of all member states, and of course it's quite a difficult task to develop a consolidated position on all matters. In this regard, there are risks that some matters may take sometimes up to several years to resolve. As Mr. Jenny noted in his speech, the convergence of national competition laws or the harmonization is an important dimension facilitating cooperation between countries. Today, an important issue for us is the lack of harmonization of national procedural rules and union's law. By the way, this was also noted by OECD experts in the peer review of competition law and policy in the Eurasian Economic Union. A few years ago, we worked closely with OECD to prepare this document. I want to briefly describe some problematic aspects. For example, currently the union's law provides for a 3 years limitation period for violation of the general rules of competition in cross-border markets. But we believe that it's not sufficient for the full-fledged investigation. Meanwhile, the member states have different limitation periods in their national laws, which prevent us for reaching a final agreement on this issue. Next, not all the member states have the authority to conduct down rates as part of investigations, which complicated our work in these countries. Another important aspect is the Commission's lack of our authority to assess the impact of mergers on the Union's common markets. At the same time, all the national competition authorities have relevant powers. This leads to the situation where such transactions may be blocked at the national level, but in the cross-border markets, such M&A transactions can have dangerous consequences for competition and consumer welfare. We are working closely together with our countries to resolve this issue, but the process, to be honest, is not easy. So we still have a lot to do, improve our interaction and procedural issues, but despite this, we assess our regional cooperation as effective, and we are moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sultanov, for sharing with us the reality that there are challenges, because the challenges or problems identified means that there's going to be solutions to be sought. So thank you very much. So now we go to Mr. Kulesul. Again, how do you coordinate with COMESA when a merger is notified which substantially affects competition at the national level to ensure that competition in the domestic market is preserved? You have the floor.
Thank you. So, as most cases in mergers, most of them, they do not lead to competition concerns. But when they do, what we do, we have basically two possibilities. First, we collaborate with the CCC to resolve a concern that we have in Mauritius. For this, we send a report of our assessment to the CCC, and basically we set the national context, the potential relevant markets, and how the transaction may affect the state of competition in those markets. And we seek the intervention of the CCC on the matter. And we follow up on the CCC on the assessment of a case. In such instance, the CCC will liaise with parties and the Competition Commission of Mauritius, and where we consult on remedies being proposed by the parties and provide also our views on same to the CCC. One example that I can give is on such a recent collaboration was the acquisition of Movilac Industries, a paint manufacturer in Mauritius, a leading paint manufacturer, by ASCO-Nobel, where the CCC has secured behavioral undertaking from the acquirer that included not to condition the sales of Movilac paints on a requirement for retailers to also purchase other paints from its brands, and to guarantee also continuity of the production of paint in Mauritius for a period of 10 years. So this was an important outcome of this collaboration. The second mechanism through which we can coordinate situation where the merger leads to a SLC in Mauritius is to seek a referral on the matter. The regulation of a COMESA competition regulation provide for such referral, and this normally happens when we have conducted a phase 1 assessment of a merger and we have reasonable ground to believe that the merger situation will substantially lessen competition in Mauritius. We then liaise with the CCC to discuss the matter and the transaction, and then we would request for referral. And once the matter is referred to us, we will conduct an investigation onto the transaction and, if needed, impose appropriate direction. And we keep CCC informed of our findings. The CCC would normally decide on the merger, except for Mauritius. One example where we sought such referral is the global merger involving Holcim and Lafarge. The merger was likely to disproportionately affect Mauritius, and such, following our request, we granted a referral we were granted referral by the CCC, and we investigated the case in Mauritius, and this is an example of referral. Thank you.
So thank you very much for sharing with us the process and how you collaborate on specific cases with COMESA, which is an important aspect of what we are trying to discuss in this panel. So, MC, how do we proceed? Do we have time for Q&A? 2 minutes. Okay. And MC, you know we started late anyway. So, the floor is open. Anybody with a question, you can ask Professor Jenny, Doris, CCC, and Mr. Kusha. So anybody? Yes? You have a mic.
Thank you, thank you. My name is Udi Strydom from Betweenity. I'm just interested, Mr. Deshmukh from the Mauritius, the
Competition Commission of Mauritius.
Yes, that's right, the Competition Commission of Mauritius. I understand a couple of years ago there was an issue with the cooperation between Mauritius and COMESA. I think there was an investigation into how can that be improved. There was a particular RFI that was issued regarding that particular cooperation agreement that did not seem to work. Do I understand correctly that it was the Mauritius Competition Commission? I think it was. And I'm just interested to know what transpired from that investigation into the cooperation agreement. Thank you.
Okay. I don't remember very clearly of issues in one particular investigation. As I mentioned, we had treated 200 cases of merger, but most of it there was no concern. And then we have reached a stage where we are migrating, we are enforcing cases in CCC is progressing towards more hardcore conducts, cartels and abuse of dominance. And this is where there might be some challenges in the enforcement, in the investigation. And so we had a look at this, and we are looking at comparing our laws and what we have been doing. We have taken an initiative to devise a framework, a mechanism that would enable both laws to be as compatible as possible, and to see where are the limits of our law, because we need to know on which powers, for example, we investigate. Is it our powers under our law or the powers of a CCC? And there are many questions, how we share information. Professor Jenny has mentioned some aspects about this, confidential information. But more importantly, we are trying to develop a framework under which we would like to have as much certainty as possible regarding the outcome of the investigation. In particular, we don't want to be challenged on procedural grounds, by parties, because as we know, they would be more reluctant to share information as they share in mergers, or in mergers, for example, in abuse of dominance, there will be more reluctance, or there will be this challenge. So I don't know if this answers your question, but this is where we are in our relationship. We are trying to progress through this and see how to address these challenges. We have a consultant working on this framework, and we are changing a lot of views and so on. And hopefully very soon we'll have something to show on this. Thank you.
It's okay. Another question? Okay. We have one more. Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, okay.
My question is to Professor. You are a very big name in competition law, not just in Africa, but across the competition fraternity. Now, yesterday when the Chief Justice was talking, he mentioned the need for training by judges and even lawyers. I don't know what your thoughts are. We are not talking about maybe masters in competition law or even professorship, but what are your thoughts? And I know here most of the community of competition in Africa is gathered here. What are your thoughts about setting up a center for short trainings for lawyers in that field, for judges in that field, magistrates in that field, or even people who are in finance, to come, a short training place, a center for the continent of Africa? I want to hear on that, because it's difficult to get judges and all these practitioners of other areas of law to go for masters or whatever else they need to do. But what are your thoughts about setting up a center in Africa where people can go for short courses so that they can be efficient in prosecuting these cases, in hearing these cases, in giving determinations that would promote competition law? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, your question is so important that it would deserve a different debate. But first, I'm very favorable personally to the idea that a training center or an educational center could be open in Africa. Second, I actually believe that, referring to the discussion we had yesterday, that in the era of competition law, we need two types of education. We need to help judges understand the mind frame of economics. And the reason is that economics starts from a hypothesis and then looks at reality and decides whether the reality matches the theory. Judges don't think this way. They start from reality, they go to legal principles, and they see whether the legal principles apply to the reality. So there is a need for judges to understand a different approach and why this different approach leads to certain conclusions. Equally, there's a need to train economists to understand what is in the judge's mind. Because too often, the economists in competition authorities follow their mental theory and therefore don't realize that the kind of evidence or the kind of reasoning that they propose is not going to be credible for a judge, because a judge is very wary of a hypothesis. He never knows whether those hypotheses are justified or not, and therefore you need to back up those hypotheses with facts that you can bring to the judges. So I think there is a real need for both disciplines and therefore for training in both ways. And the last thing I would say is that as the OECD, not personally, but we do have set up 3 training centers so far, one in Asia in Seoul, one in Budapest in Hungary for the Eastern European countries, and one in Latin America, and it's very obvious that the fourth need is one for Africa.
So thank you very much. Let's appreciate our panel this morning again. And thank our MC for bearing with us. So I think we can leave. We need a photo, MC.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Miss Elizabeth Kachuri is a very good negotiator, even for time. But please proceed. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Indeed, covering the topic on international cooperation in competition law enforcement. Yeah, as we have heard, lots of insights, a very expansive topic which indeed, I'm sure you agree, needs quite a lot of time to debate around, and of course, a lot of the examples we've been told on how the region is faring in terms of that particular topic. I'm sure we appreciate that indeed it is a very, very, very important subject. But ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, allow us to proceed quickly to our second panel discussion. And before I call up the second moderator, I'd like to just once again remind you that we have interpretation on the gadgets that have been circulated for English on channel 1, French on channel 2, and Arabic on channel 3. Ladies and gentlemen, a reminder of the announcement we made yesterday that we do have medical services and first aid in case you may need assistance. The protocol team right at the door will be able to help you accordingly. Thank you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, here to talk about fostering regional integration through competition law enforcement. The topic for our next discussion, I'd like to ask the chairperson, who is the head for competition, government, business and regulation, AB and David, Mr. Tula Kaira, to come up on stage to take us through the next session. Let's give him a big hand as he comes. Thank you. Mr. Kaira, please observe the time. I know it's quite difficult, but I don't want my protocol team to fire me. But over to you. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Would like to welcome you to this panel session on fostering regional integration through competition law enforcement. The session will discuss the role of competition law enforcement, how it plays in supporting regional integration, and of course builds in very well with the issue of cooperation. So the speakers will discuss the importance of removing non-tariff barriers to trade necessitated by the behavior of businesses operating across the borders, and the need, of course, to design enforcement action with the aim of enhancing regional integration. So I'd like to call upon a very distinguished set of panelists, starting with Ms. Inge Benatz, who is Director of Policy and Strategy in the DG Comp, the European Commission. She is responsible for developing policy initiatives in antitrust measures as well as state aid. Previously, she was in the Energy Directorate, and she has qualifications in law, and so we're having cutting across, from Belgium as well as in Germany. I'd like to call upon Ms. Inge to come forward and join us here. The second panelist is Dr. George Lipimile. I don't think I need to talk about him. Everybody knows who he is. So the founding CEO of the Competition Commission in Zambia and the founding CEO of the Competition Authority, COMESA, is a lawyer economist. He's worked as a senior consultant and UNCTAD, and indeed continues to work in developing capacity in several aspects of competition law enforcement, and now retired, but not tired. We have Dr. Christopher Onyango, Director of Trade and Customs at COMESA. If you can join us, sir. He's an economist. He's worked as a Deputy Director and Head of Trade and Foreign Policy at the Kenya Institute for Public Policy and Analysis before he joined COMESA. Is Dr. Onyango with us? Yes. The next is Mrs. Lillian Coronia. She's the Registrar and CEO of the East African Competition Authority. She was with the Competition Authority of Kenya before she joined the East African Competition Authority. So good to have you, Lillian. The final panelist that we have is Dr. Mo Bakoim. Dr. Mo is a renowned competition expert in the Francophone area, in circles in particular. He is a sorry, where is this now? Affiliated research fellow at Max Planck Institute for Innovation and Competition in Munich, and has done a lot of work in supporting the development of competition law and policy in ECOWAS as well as in the Francophone region, and also written several publications and books, I think co-authored some of them with a professor from New York University, Eleanor Fox. Please, Professor, you can come and join us. So the session, of course, as I said, we're discussing the issues that have been already brought forward before us. So I just want to go straight to the questions. I think in view of the time limitation that we have, we're going to focus on substantially one question. Welcome, panelists. Good to see you. Sorry, MC. Yes, yes. We'll have a keynote address from Ms. Inge. She will run us through the work that the European DG Comp is running through in terms of cooperation. After that, we'll have Dr. Lippi Mille to run us through the African perspective on regional cooperation. Inge, you have the floor. I think you can, if you want to stand here, you can come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning. First of all, I would like to warmly thank Dr. Mwemba and the entire COMESA host team for inviting us to this wonderful conference here at the warm heart of Africa, and to congratulate you for your 10th anniversary. You've built up an impressive enforcement record in comparatively a short amount of time. And as a regional competition enforcer, your contribution to fulfilling the COMESA objectives of creating a free trade area cannot be overstated. Indeed, without common competition law and enforcement, a free trade area is incomplete. What good is it for countries to work hard at abolishing tariffs and other trade barriers between them? And we know that that is hard work. If companies can resurrect such barriers by partitioning markets through secret cartels, or by fencing off new market entry through anti-competitive conduct. As guardians of a regional level playing field, the COMESA Competition Commission has a crucial role, namely to ensure fair opportunities for businesses, large and small, and to see to it that consumers can reap the benefits of healthy competition through lower prices and more choice. In other words, you help making sure that free trade benefits many in society and not just a few. The COMESA is also one of the driving forces behind African continental integration process that the EU strongly supports. Strong regional organizations are fundamental cornerstones to continental integration. Ladies and gentlemen, for us in the European Union, the idea that free trade can lay the basis for closer ties between countries and between their people is more than a promise. It's the heart of our EU internal market, which has brought us prosperity and peace for many decades, and it's the basis for our commitment to international trade. The COMESA and the European Union are special partners in many ways. We are both regional organizations with similar missions. And in the case of the Director General for Competition of the European Commission and the COMESA Competition Commission, we can both rely on strong regional competition rules, rules that we enforce neutrally and independently, with due respect to the rights of defense and subject to judicial review by the EU and COMESA courts respectively. So, Dr. Mbemba, you are right, we are indeed natural partners. And both of us share at least part of our competences with national competition authorities in the member countries, who often also have their own national competition laws. And this provides, it's true, sometimes for a complex landscape. So how do you successfully navigate as a regional competition authority under these circumstances? There's one key ingredient that has been underlined also in the previous panel: cooperation. Cooperation amongst authorities at all levels is absolutely necessary to deliver on our joint mission. In fact, consumers and businesses that are put at a disadvantage through anti-competitive behavior expect us to work together, since many dominant firms or cartelists operate across borders, and they are the major beneficiaries if we do not coordinate our actions. We need to coordinate, first and foremost, to align competition rules at regional and national level. For consistent rules will foster economic integration and facilitate cross-border trade. And as Commissioner Chepa said just before, consistency in our rules facilitate compliance. As Professor Jenny said, consistent rules facilitate cooperation on cases. We need to work indeed also closely together on cases, in detecting infringements and in bringing them to an end, in dividing the work between regional and national authorities in an efficient manner, and learning from each other. A 2 or even 3-level enforcement authority is not, or enforcement structure, is not a zero-sum game. There is enough work for all, and every authority has its own strengths. National authorities are closer to national markets, they are often better placed to understand national markets, and are often more approachable for complainants or whistleblowers. Regional authorities and central authorities from their side are often well placed to uncover and prosecute international cartels or abuse cases or mergers with effects in many countries or even in an entire continent. As a regional enforcer, it's not always easy to assert yourself amongst sometimes diverging national economic interests and traditions. That is at least our experience at DG Competition. But as I said earlier, it's absolutely crucial. You cannot have a free trade area which benefits all participating countries, their businesses and their people equally, without neutral arbiter. And the collective benefits are huge. Our conservative calculations of consumer savings of the work that we do as DG Competition in enforcing EU competition rules reveals that the consumers in the EU save at least 12 billion euros a year because of our enforcement work. There is not a single path to deeper regional integration of competition law and enforcement. But for sure, whatever path one takes, it's a journey of many stages. In the European Union, we developed and operationalized our common competition rules first at central level. Only after more than 40 years of centralized enforcement in 2003, the EU gave national competition authorities concurrent powers to enforce most of the European competition rules, in addition, that is, to their own national rules. And that decentralization went hand in hand with a system of close coordination, whereby the European Commission ensures consistent outcomes. We created a European competition network, bringing the 27 national competition authorities and the Commission's DG Competition regularly together at experts, case handlers, and heads of agencies level to coordinate both on cases and on policy. Now, 20 years later, more than 80% of EU competition law cases in antitrust are decided at the national level. And in merger control, we've created a one-stop shop system across the European Union, which has some built-in flexibility through systems of upwards and downward referral. However, let me emphasize again that there is no one-size-fits-all. There is no one blueprint for the regional integration of competition law and enforcement across the world. In fact, to render competition policy effective, it's important that it's deeply embedded and enshrined in the legal and institutional traditions of a country and of a regional organization. Ladies and gentlemen, despite institutional differences across countries and across regions, we are facing similar issues across the globe. We need to fight, it seems, an endless battle. We need to fight cartels. International cartels fixing prices for products ranging from bananas and washing powder to cement, fertilizers, and car components. That's just an enumeration of some of the cases we've been dealing with as DG Competition. But also national cartels, like bid rigging and local procurement procedures. We need to address abuses of dominance, like margin squeeze cases in telecoms, or other exclusive and exploitative practices. We need to assess mergers between competitors to avoid that markets become overly concentrated. And we need to look carefully at vertical mergers to prevent foreclosures across supply chains. But we also confronted, dear colleagues, with entirely new challenges, such as the enormous growth of digital platforms. Professor Jenny has been mentioning a few cases. Enormous digital platforms who use their economic power to set their own rules in the market across the globe. The panel later this afternoon will cover this topic. In the EU, we've been reflecting also on how competition policy can play a supportive role in the fight against climate change and in the fight for environmental protection. On the one hand, we decided to provide more guidance to industry on how they can cooperate to promote sustainability together within the boundaries of competition law. But on the other hand, we remain vigilant for greenwashing, and we intervened against a number of car manufacturers who colluded to delay the entry of innovative green technologies to the detriment both of consumers and of the earth. Whether to defy old challenges or to address new ones, we know more together. We are stronger together, and we will be more successful in promoting a competition culture if we act together. And conferences like this one here in Malawi, our discussions in the room, but also our personal encounters in the margin, hugely contribute to such fruitful cooperation. We welcome as DG Competition and are committed to deepen bilateral exchanges at all levels. We've recently started an exchange program with the COMESA Competition Commission, and we are very glad that 3 colleagues from the Commission have joined us already in Brussels to work with us side by side for a couple of weeks. We've been deeply impressed by their talent and their professionalism, and I salute them very much here. It's great to see them again. I'm also glad that we have developed good cooperation with COMESA's member states, such as Malawi. The EU delegation here in Lilongwe works closely with the Competition and Fair Trading Commission Authority and the Malawian government to strengthen economic governance. And whilst none of us can predict where we will stand in 10 years' time for COMESA's 20th birthday, I'm sure that we will find more competitive markets in the region, with ever stronger cooperation between the competition authorities. And to end with a metaphor, as a 10-year-old authority, you're close to facing your teenage years. And as a parent of 2 teenagers, I know that these can be challenging times. But there are also formative years in which you make new friends, evolve a bit away from your roots, and you start experimenting a bit on how far you can go. We wish you, dear Dr. Mbemba and colleagues from the Commission, from the COMESA Competition Authority, the best of luck on this journey. And we hope, in view of our own age, that you will also be open to some intergenerational friendship. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci, Inge. She spoke for 14 minutes. So kept time, thank you very much. So now I have Dr. Lipi Miller to give us African perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. May I start by joining others into thanking the COMESA Competition Commission for inviting, especially myself and my colleagues who started the whole process. I can see Alex Kuboba, and so Justice Peter Joroge. So we thank you for that. Given the limited time available and the nature of this topic, I think what I will do is to abandon my prepared speech and shorten it by making summaries on the issues which I was going to say. And I take a lot of lessons from what was said yesterday, first by the Executive Director of the COMESA Competition Commission in his opening speech. Actually covered this topic very well about fostering integration through competition enforcement. And I may say that is what is employed for. And if you remember in his speech, these are the issues he was addressing, how the Commission is fostering integration through the implementation of the competition regulations. And more important, it was the speech by Justice, the Chief Justice of Zimbabwe, Justice Malawi. He said one cardinal point about what is the COMESA Competition Commission, what is it there for? What are the regulations for? And he married that with our treaty obligations. This is about enforcement of the treaty, Article 55 of the treaty. And this answers this topic we're making remarks on, that it is a treaty obligation. And if it is a treaty obligation, all the member states, they are supposed to adhere to the treaty obligation. Now, the question comes, as my colleague has said, that the most important constituents for fostering regional integration, it is not really Dr. Mwemba and the COMESA Competition Commission, it is the member states. And the focus should be on national competition authorities. And I was happier when Commissioner Mwikatana talked about capacity building at the national level. Dr. Mwikatana, I didn't know that you were here. Welcome to Malawi. If only we could put more focus on developing the national competition authorities, this regional integration process will be enhanced. Because these restrictive business practices we are talking about, the offensive business practices, they happen at national level. And the COMESA Competition Commission comes in when there is this cross-border impact. But the damage is done at national level. Hence, we need to look at our laws at national level, to refine them, so that they are able to tackle these anti-competitive practices. You agree with me that our national laws, which came about from 1990s, when they were being enacted, nobody thought of enforcing competition at the regional level. Hence, our statute don't even acknowledge the existence of the regional regime. Not only the statutes, but even our practitioners, our case officers, the people we employ, they didn't know about the COMESA competition regulations. And up to now, most of the people who are enforcing competition at the national level, they are not aware of this regional competition regime and how it works. It was only after we found these laws when we joined the national competition legislation. The realization came about, first we had problems in Zambia and Zimbabwe. The merger of South African breweries and the Lafarge cement. We found that the notifications, there was no information we could work on. And all these cooperation agreements we're talking about, they were non-existent at the time. The only cooperation I had at that time was with the Zambia Competition Commission was Alex Kuboba, whom I phoned. Do you have this notification? He says yes. We looked at the information, we compared, we said there was no, the information was different from what was submitted to the Zambia Competition Commission and what was submitted to the Zimbabwean Competition Authority. I learned Semilani, the head of the South African Competition Authority, and he told me, we are not allowed to share information. And it explains that up to today, we don't have an MOU between COMESA Competition Authority and the South African Competition Authority. But fortunately, or by design, Dr. Mwemba put me on the same table with the head of the South African Competition Authority. And we hope by tomorrow there should be a ceremony of signing that overdue MOU. Why am I saying we need South Africa? You know, the complex of the relationship of these companies operating in our member states. There's a closer relationship with their presence in South Africa. In fact, most of them originate from South Africa. And those who have done commercial law, the complexity of subsidiary holding company, shareholding, offshore, bringing in even Mauritius, will agree with me that these agreements of sharing information, they are very important for the enforcement of the competition legislation at the regional level, and both even at the national level, because the regional authority should give guidance on the integration process, what is happening in the common market. I'm talking about the common market because that is the market I'm very familiar with, and even the commissioners. So we need these cooperation agreements. What do they do? Sharing of information is very important. Market intelligence is very important. And we can only get that type of information to help us to assess the market situations if we are talking to each other. And gathering of this nature, it is enforcing regional integration. The heads of competition authorities, they are meeting, they are putting names to the faces. And our regional competition authorities is really taking advantage of the presence of all these market operators who are here. And more importantly, we've got the lawyers. Because the lawyers are the bridge, the link between competition authorities and the companies. We don't know these companies, but the lawyers we've got information on these companies. And when we develop this informal leakage, we are able to pick the phone and say, Derek, where are you? I've got this information. I don't think this is the right information. Can I write statistics? And this is how we foster this regional regime to move. I won't go into the advantages and models of cooperation. I think that has been the first session. The session before has talked about all those models. But my emphasis is that these models are very important for the enforcement of the regional regime. Most of you, as I have said, that you shouldn't just concentrate on making the COMESA Competition Commission stronger. The strength lies in the national competition authorities. The people are running these authorities. I was talking yesterday to the gentleman from Eswatini, Competition Authority. And you could see that he is eager to strengthen his institution. And that is the spirit we want. Once we have national competition authorities strong at enforcement, it makes work easier for the regional competition authority. And this is what is lacking in our region. And when Commissioner Mwikatana talks about putting up a training center, I think that is what he meant, that we needed to strengthen at the national level. We still got Djibouti, we still got Eritrea, with very minimum enforcement happening there. And even those countries which have got the national competition laws, the enforcement is below 40%. When we talk about enforcement of competition law in the region, minus South Africa, they are not part of COMESA. And that, in fact, is one of the greatest drawback in this regional integration is that South Africa is not a member of COMESA. And it's playing a very bigger role in what is happening on the market, Mr. Chairperson, Coordinator. You can talk about competition in the market without South Africa being on board, but unfortunately it is not part of COMESA. And then multiplicity of these regional organizations which are coming with the regional competition authority. I'm seated there on the table and I've got Lillian. In fact, she's here. She has got the East African Community Competition Authority. This brings uncertainty in the market. We need to clear this sort of regional collaborations. Some of these ones you do stand down and they have just one formidable organization. But when we are talking about the COMESA Competition Authority, now we are talking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Competition Authority. The logic into that, we'll leave to know when it comes into force what will happen. But we are confusing the business person, we are confusing the lawyers. We're spending so much time with institutional arrangements. And this takes time. And the businessman is not for that. That is not what he wants. Competition should be there to look, to tackle, to contribute to poverty alleviation. This is what we should focus on. We had Tabikos talking about public interest. Those are the issues we should look at, rather than confusing the market with so many institutions. I can see my coordinator saying, you talk too much. Should I stop? I have 1 minute. I've got 2 minutes. Then the other thing I should talk about is how have these cooperation models, arrangements, how have they assisted the region in fostering this regional integration process? I'm talking about more or less talking about what the executive director in his opening remark, I think I will buttress that. COMESA Competition Commission has done a lot in its 10 years. Mind you, we are celebrating 10 years. So we should talk about always go back to the achievements of COMESA, especially in training, capacity building, it has done a lot. And apart from the COMESA Competition Commission, we should also praise ACTANT. The role it has played. There is no competition authority in COMESA which has developed where it is without the input from ACTANT, from Elizabeth and now Maria Perez. I think that's your name, madam. Moresa Malela. Teresa Portuguese. Yes. Also, she has a problem also to pronounce my name. So that is it, ACTANT continues to, and we appreciate what ACTANT is doing, also in the international organizations. that cements the regional integration process for our market. I want to mention about Professor Jane, what he has done, William Kovacic, what they've done, both at institutional level and at individual level. We've reached this far because of their inputs in assisting, and this has gone to strengthen our enforcement systems in the market. And we've got governments who have been very supportive in strengthening our enforcement capacities. But my message today is only one message, that COMESA spend 70% of your time in strengthening the national competition authorities, then we'll get where we are going. Secondly, South Africa, you are listening to me. You are playing, your companies are very instrumental, and they are the big players in our market. Now that we've got the lady leading the South African Competition Authority, I wish I was younger by 10 years. I would persuade her to enter into new arrangements whereby this collaboration would be strengthened. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our keynote speakers. I think we heard from Inga about the importance of regional integration, as has also happened in the European Union, and also the assistance that is being rendered to COMESA. I think fostering even integration beyond the EU borders, and also, she also spoke about the value chains that are important with regard to vertical integration, and how when we know together we can move together in a prosperous direction. And of course, Dr. Lipi Miller raises important issues about fragmentation of regional groups in Africa, and also, of course, the importance of sharing useful information, not just any information, but useful information, and of course, the uncertainty that the fragmentation creates for business, and it touches also on the need to look forward to a more unified system, as well as, of course, the advice to South Africa. I think issues of the tripartite competition authority that was proposed some years back, the treaty is yet to be ratified. But not to take the time from my discussions, let me just proceed now to go to the discussants, starting with Dr. Onyango, who is the Director of Trade and Customs in COMESA. So member states have committed, of course, to the at Africa level and under various regional groupings, to coordinate and harmonize their policies. And we spoke some years back about the tripartite free trade area, which was supposed to bring in SADC, East Africa Community, as well as COMESA, to have a more unified approach to enforcement of competition authority, competition law, amongst other issues. Now, what measures are important, Doc, for member states of COMESA to put in place to fast-track the removal of non-tariff barriers and enhance enforcement of competition in order to achieve this regional integration agenda? Doc, over to you, 5 minutes.
Thank you, moderator, and I want to start by congratulating CCC for the 10th anniversary. It's not a mean achievement. Also thank the government of Malawi for providing a very warm welcome and host to us since our arrival. Chair, because of time constraints, I want to quickly just indicate that COMESA is one of the biggest economic blocs in Africa and also in the world, with a membership of 21 countries and of course very substantial GDP and population as well. It is also among the first in enhancing economic integration in Africa, and more specifically trade liberalization. So we are talking of 16 member countries being members of the free trade area, not a very mean achievement. But as COMESA has been able to reduce tariffs substantially in the region, one of the problematic areas which I'm going to talk about is on the non-tariff barriers, or non-tariff measures, as we call it. So there have been emergence of non-tariff barriers, which frustrates, of course, attainment of full benefits of tariff liberalization and economic integration as such. And so the good thing is that the founders of COMESA put in place a very versatile regulatory environment through the treaty to make sure that all these aspects are taken into consideration right from the beginning. And so there are several articles within the COMESA treaty touching on issues to do with non-tariff barriers, as well as more specifically fair trade practices overall within the common market. With regard specifically to non-tariff barriers, of course, as has been mentioned, two specialized institutions have been created to look into this, and they're doing a wonderful job. Of course, one of it being the CCC, which has brought us here together, and of course the COMESA Court of Justice, which also handles quite a number of even commercial related disputes, to be able to, to bring fairness to the common market. With regard to the regulations and rules governing on competition, which are provided for also in the treaty, and of course being implemented by the CCC, the idea was to put in place appropriate institutional structures as well as mechanisms for identifying, reporting and monitoring of NTBs as they arise, as well as issues of categorization, because NTBs take different forms. It's a very complex area. And of course, finally, putting in mechanisms to resolve, these occurrences, these NTBs or disputes as they arise. So that was primarily the basis for this. And I want to say that there are several approaches that COMESA is handling NTB-related issues within the common market. So the first one, and this mainly concerns what we call the direct.
Doc, you have 2 minutes.
NTBs is to put in place mechanisms that would ensure transparency and efficiency in the tackling of NTBs as they arise. And so in this area, we have put in place systems to improve on the databases, we capture NTBs as they arise, take advantage of the technologies, and we have established an online platform to be able to facilitate identification, monitoring, and reporting of these NTBs as they arise. So these are actually in place and being implemented by all member states. So we continue to also, it has been mentioned several times, the issue of capacity building and training to be able to identify these issues and tackle them as they arise. Of course, we do have challenges within the member states at this time in setting up national focal points and national monitoring committees, because these are complex. The monitoring committees involve a multiple of stakeholders, and we also have different, recs to deal with. So, as has been mentioned, the issue of multiplicity of membership. So we have to be able to make sure that these existing, committees do address issues as they arise across, all the regs that member states are members to. So that is already in place. The other one, which is indirect and which is important in fostering that transparency, are the mechanisms for removing restrictive trade in services regulations and rules. We are doing that under the framework for agreement for trade in services, which was adopted by Council in 2009. And these are important because of the importance of services sectors in supporting goods production and as well as trade. So under that framework, we are able to coordinate negotiations of liberalization of services in priority sectors like financial, communications, transport, which also provide big hindrances to ease cross-border movement of goods and services. We have a lot of issues with regard to these services sectors in terms of the cost of doing business in the sectors that I've just mentioned. And so restrictions which are identified can be harmonized or removed altogether during these negotiations. The other aspect which we are also looking at is to, of course, making use of the existing institutions that we talked about to enhance collaboration, not just at the national and regional levels, but also with other recs. So we talked about the cooperation within the tripartite, that is the COMESA, EAC, and SADC framework. So we make sure that whatever agreements we reach at these recs are harmonized in a way to be able to make it possible for businesses to conduct trade. And there are a number of examples which can be cited. For instance, under the competition-related issues, apart from just having our own institutional framework in the form of the CCC, we have at the tripartite level agreed on the tripartite competition regulations, and they're just awaiting legal scrubbing so that they come into place. And these were negotiated taking into account the respective national commissions authorities to be able to make sure that there is harmony. The same is happening at the continental. We had to take a leading role in trying to harmonize the provisions. We think that with collaboration and cooperation, it is possible to have a sort of referral system for competition authorities, the national, the regional, as well as the continental, because it happens even at the national level. The judicial system, for instance, the health system, is referral in nature. And so with emphasis on strengthening the national regulatory authorities, cases which are a bit more involving more member states can be tackled at the regional competition levels, and of course those others can be done at the continental level of the reference to be able to define clear demarcations and jurisdictions for each of the respective committees. The other aspect, as I end, Chair, let me just end this. I think the other important thing that we put in place is the sensitization, capacity building, and research. We are investing so much in this, of course, with the support of various development partners, to be able to make sure that we have enough, capacities at the national levels to be able to implement some of the agreements that we have. So, sorry, I have to cut down my speech, but I think I will end up with that, just saying that there are three important things to look at. Four, in fact. We look at harmonization, very, very important. We look at the issue of collaboration both from the national, regional, and the continental level, very, very critical, capacity building, and of course the enforcement of whatever agreements that we agree on. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Doc, for that insight. We'll now go to Lillian Mkoronya. East Africa Competition Authority is working towards operationalization of the institution. I don't know whether that's a correct statement or you're already operationalized to implement the Competition Act as well as the regulations. So in this regard, there's been some collaboration with other regional competition authorities such as COMESA. And of course, Dr. Onyango has spoken about the tripartite competition authority, which is in the offing. Now, what challenges does the East Africa Competition Authority anticipate in regulating competition and consumer protection within the EAC region in light of the concurrent jurisdiction that is there with other regional economic communities, even as you move towards operationalization of your authority, as well as the proposed Africa Continental Free Trade Area Competition Enforcement System. Would you just share some thoughts on that? 5 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you, moderator. Let me start also by joining my colleagues in really congratulating the CCC in their celebration of the 10 years anniversary. Indeed, you're a great model to us as the LEX, and we really appreciate what you're doing. Let me also say that the East African Community is a government organization, the most integration leg that we have in the African continent, that is comprised of 7 partner states. And the competition policy and law, we have a competition act that is anchored in the East African Treaty, also the Customs Union, and the Common Market Protocols. Basically, let me say, as George has talked about, we are having so many regional communities, we are having the tripartite, now we are having the African continental, and very soon we'll be having a competition authority at the continental level. To me, it's actually a good thing because there is trade increase, meaning that the business transactions are increasing, and this provides us as the LEX, as the continental body, and as even the partner states and the member states to work together. It really gives us an opportunity to work together so that we are able to effectively regulate competition in our African continent. I've been asked to say that some of the challenges that I anticipate, even as we operationalize our EAC competition law. One of the key ones is one that has been talked about widely by most of the speakers that have come before us. It is the challenge of having multiple or overlapping memberships. Basically, this one will require us to have double notifications. I cannot overemphasize what the others have talked about. And it's increasing the cost of doing business in terms of the fees that we charge, in terms of the penalties that we may impose, and also in terms of the time that will be taken if you have to notify each and every region. So it's quite a challenge, and I like it when Dr. Onyango was talking about this, because I know this challenge is not just in the section of competition, it's also appearing in other areas of trade where we have these multiple memberships, like even the rules of origin. And what is happening actually is like the regional blocks are kind of meeting to see how they can address this. So it's quite a challenge in the sense that it increases the cost of doing business for our clients, and that is not what is supposed to happen. We are supposed to be seen to be facilitating investments in our regional blocks, in our continent, because that is our mandate. The other challenge that I foresee or that I anticipate is having asymmetrical priorities or conflicting priorities. Every regional bloc has its own objectives. Even the national agencies have their own priorities. And sometimes we have these competing priorities, and this really can affect our work because it's most possible you can even have changes in terms of competition policies that we have in our regions. And this actually becomes quite a challenge because when we have those competing priorities or conflicting priorities, we are not able to coordinate together and hence not able to foster competition enforcement in our regional blocks. And the other challenge that I see is in terms of enforcement constraints, and that has also been mentioned, considering that in this African continent, in our regions, we have some competition authorities that are more developed than the others. Some are very young, and in some situations even, we do not have even competition laws or even institutions in place. So it becomes very challenging, especially to the existing competition agencies, because they're expected to collaborate and also to engage even these young agencies, or even in jurisdictions where we do not have competition laws, hence causing the challenge of having unenforceable decisions that will arise from conflicting analysis and decisions that come out of these agencies. That is another challenge that I anticipate. I think the other challenge that I anticipate is really lack of established focus points. And I'm happy to report, looking at the continental competition policy that was passed the other day in February by the ends of state, it recognizes this. And there is a provision that is establishing that we need to have focal points. And the challenge comes because some member or partner states do not have, like we've said, institutions to enforce the laws, and thus it becomes very difficult to regulate competition within these jurisdictions. And it will actually affect how cross-border cases are handled and decisions even are arrived at. But I think there are possible remedies to this, yes. There are possible remedies to these challenges that I also see and that are very critical that we need to engage in. And one of them has also been talked about is about having harmonized legal and institutional frameworks. Sometimes it can be very challenging really to amend a treaty that is establishing a regional bloc. However, I'm thinking it's possible we can think of the regulations and the procedures that we are coming up with as the regional blocks that can be able even to provide for robust referral mechanisms. A situation whereby if I'm in the East African community and I find I'm handling a matter whereby the impact is more on COMESA, it becomes very easy. So maybe we can be able to come up with those regulations, we can be able to come up with procedures that can be able to enhance the work that we are doing or the collaboration that we may have with national, regional, and even continental. The other one is coming up with, this one has been talked about, really fostering cooperation, collaboration, consultations between agencies so that we are able to share experiences, build capacity, and exchange information. Yesterday, it was saying that even the LECs can be able to come together and even have just a portal so that we are able to exchange information very easily, and it becomes a good thing. When I look at the East African Community Competition Act, it provides that we can be able to cooperate with other regions, we can cooperate with international bodies and even national agencies. I also look at the COMESA, the same thing. I look at the African Competition Forum, the African, the AFCFTA competition policy, it also provides that we need to cooperate with the LECs and also the national agencies. Actually, the LECs are supposed to be building blocks to the continental enforcement body. And therefore, this one calls for us to really work together and, if possible, cooperate bilaterally as the LEX with the national agencies, and also cooperate all of us as the regional blocks so that we are able now to address some of these challenges that are coming our way. Yes. And finally, we need to come up with very clear, especially in the area of mergers, very clear merger thresholds, whether nationally, whether regionally, or even in the continent. This one will help us to avoid the challenge of double notification, and it will actually reduce what we are talking about, having increased costs when we are dealing with our clients. I submit, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lillian, for those issues, collaboration, harmonization, just as Dr. Onyango and our keynote speakers had also brought about. Professor Mo Bakom, you are coming in from an interesting region of Africa, West Africa, which is both Anglo as well as Francophone. There has been active operationalization of regional competition laws, and I think a multiplicity of them in that region. And we have the ECOWAS Competition Authority, which has been active, and the authority, I think, instituted since 2019. And the various regulations have come out also under WAEMU and CEMAC. I don't know whether that's the same thing. They're different, yes. So what has been the experience of these RECs in West Africa in achieving regional integration in light of the various laws and enforcement efforts that are taking place in those regional blocks? Are there measures that need to be considered in order to enhance enforcement against anti-competitive activities in West Africa in a manner that brings about the issues that other speakers have brought about in terms of collaboration, harmonization, and avoiding costs of doing business in the region? Over to you, Doc. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction and for the interesting question. So before answering the question, I would like to thank the Competition Commission of COMESA for the kind invitation to attend this panel. And I'm especially happy to meet all the friends and also to make new friends. And very happy to share this panel with Dr. Lipe Mile, whom I had the chance to meet the first time in 2010 in Frau Chiemsee. It was in Bavaria. And actually we were talking about regional integration and competition policy in developing countries. And at that time, he had presented somehow the work that was being done in the process of setting up the CCC. And reflecting on it 10 years later, I think great achievements have been achieved and have been done. And I would like to congratulate the CCC for that. Now coming back to the West African region, substantive steps have been taken. Professor Jenny has shared some issues in the framework of WAEMU, but it's becoming more and more complicated. And here I want to share a couple of issues that we are really sharing in the context of West Africa. And my starting point is when we talk about competition law at the regional level, getting the institutional design right is very important. And the main issue that we are struggling with in the framework of West Africa, especially in WAEMU, is that at the very beginning, actually, the institutional design was not right, in the sense that we had in WAEMU an over-centralization of the decision-making power, actually leaving member states and national competition authority without any decision-making power. And here I link it to the comment that is made by Dr. Lipe Mile, in the sense that it's very important, although we engage in the process of stepping up enforcement at the regional level, to make sure that national markets are protected and national competition authority have a decision-making power. And this was not the case in the framework of WAEMU, and this has created a number of what I could say resistance from the national competition authority. Professor Jenny has mentioned the issue of cooperation, mandatory cooperation, which although it's set in the regulation, in practice actually it doesn't work. Because deprived from all decision-making powers, the National Competition Authority are not really motivated in the framework of YMU to cooperate with the regional authority. And the consequence is that it has actually an impact on enforcement. At the regional level, actually, YMU Competition Authority started operation since 2002. It's quite old. And if we look at the record of cases that have been decided, I think combining cartels, abuse of dominance, and state aid, not more than maybe 20 cases have been decided. And this doesn't reflect actually the state of how the markets are in the member states. Now, coming back to also the situation and the issue of the duplicity of regional integration groups, ECOWAS has started, as you mentioned, has started operation in 2009 with a very different approach, similar to COMESA and also to the EU, because in the framework of ECOWAS, the member states of ECOWAS have the possibility to have national laws, national competition authority, and to apply their law in the market. But here comes the problem. We're talking about YMU and ECOWAS. One here has to mention that all the member states of YMU are also member states of ECOWAS, meaning we're talking about the same region, the same actors, the same players, and the same market. And this will have coordination issue from an institutional point of view, from what I would say at the vertical level. How will the National Competition Authority will collaborate with two regional bodies? And also the issue of the collaboration between the two regional competition authorities. The ECOWAS Competition Authority has started operation in 2009, and we're going to be in a situation where we will end up having cases that YMU Competition Authority will have jurisdiction and the ECOWAS Competition Authority will have jurisdiction. How to allocate cases, that will be an issue, and so far there is no cooperation framework yet. And also this will have an impact on legal certainty for companies. So it's an issue, and you know, there have been a lot of discussion in the framework of YMU on how to actually to overcome those challenges. A lot of proposals have been made from a scientific point of view and also discussion from a policy level. But here is the deadlock. The deadlock is a legal one, because there is an opinion that was issued by the YMU Court of Justice, where the Court of Justice states that in order to change the regulation and to give more decision-making power to the National Competition Authority, the treaty actually has to be changed. And the procedure one has to follow to change the treaty is quite challenging. Now, coming back very quickly to what I could consider as measures that really needs to be taken in order actually to foster regional enforcement of competition law. It's very important to, as I said at the very beginning, to get the design right, the institutional design. And if you don't get the design right, it will impact enforcement. And this issue also has to be taken into account in this process of setting a continental competition authority, how to coordinate continental enforcement, regional enforcement, and national enforcement. It's very important. Cooperation, of course, is very important, and I think for YMU and the ECOWAS Competition Authority, they will have to cooperate. It's a must in order actually to allocate cases and from a practical point of view to adjudicate cases. We have talked a lot about regional integration, and when we think about it, one of the arguments that we justify regional integration is actually to have resources at the regional level. But in West Africa, the same challenges remain. Human and financial resources actually are not enough at the regional level, so it's an issue one has to deal with. Monitoring regional and national markets through market studies is also very important, because there is also a lack of data on the type of anti-competitive practices one actually faces at the regional and national level. And here, about cooperation, I think South-South cooperation is very important. In COMESA, the case of CAF was mentioned yesterday, but I think also one could go from the fact in order actually to see the similar practices would probably be taking place in the case of West Africa. And lastly, we did not talk about it a lot, but political involvement also is a challenge in the case of West Africa. So thanks, Chair, again, and those are the thoughts I wanted to share with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My panel has kept their time. I think we are going to give at least 5 minutes or so. Any question to any member of the panel? Is there a hand? There is a hand there, Dr. Commissioner Okilangole. Is the mic going there? Yes. And we have that hand there. Could you start with? Okay, that's fine.
Chair, I've been listening carefully to presentations from the panelists. But one thing that hasn't come out clearly, and I think the last presenter tried, but it has not come out clearly, is to answer this question, a very simple question. If I am to notify a merger, and the East African Community Competition Authority is working, and COMESA Competition Authority is working, and I know I have to notify a merger, and I'm from East Africa, who do I notify? Is it the ESCC competition or CCC? And that goes also, maybe the last presenter can tell us the situation also in West Africa, because we need to have a clear answer. What happens to that client? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
While the mic is going to the other side, there is Commissioner Okilangole there.
Hello. Thank you very much, the presenters. Hello? Thank you very much, the presenters. I think my request is to the when you look at these differences, is that in terms of the competition issues that they have talked about, and in terms of the weaknesses of the convergency. And sometimes when you look at it, it's like having a string, and you're saying that the distance around the string could be the same, but one string will be a square, another one is a rectangle, another one a hexagon. But at the end of the day, the surface area is the same. And therefore, for the COMESA Secretariat, you could help us first identify the major document the major differences, or list the major differences between the two institutions, because one belongs to the other. And then find out how big the gap between the two. Because we are trying to look at a situation whereby East Africa, which has got 7, could have the same number of members like COMESA. So what happens to my friend Lillian? Are you seeing? Because every day East Africa is growing. When that has been done and you have known the gap, then you can find out how you can close that gap. Because sometimes the gaps are by ego. And it will also help you close the gap between COMESA and South Africa. Because even those who play football change the sides of the goalpost where they are scoring. So maybe for ego purposes, you are saying, no, I belong to this side of the goal. I cannot go to the other side until the referee tells me to do so. So even between COMESA and East Africa, this matter can be solved, and this is my view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lillian, you had spoken something about the cost of increasing business. So how do you address the issue if there's, once your regulations are in place, will there be double notification? I think, Dr. Onyango, what are you doing to narrow the gap between your members who are involved in multiple regional groups? And any other, I think Dr. Mo also. If we, can we speak in 30 seconds? Okay, just go straight to the point. Don't thank COMESA.
Thank you for those good points. I will attempt. I'm sure my colleagues would also assist. Those two questions are almost similar in a way. What I want to say is there is already a framework for harmonization within the tripartite to bring down the differences between the three regional economic communities. It is not just starting with this. It started with for ESC and COMESA the certificate of origin. Yeah, we have an ESC certificate of origin. We have a COMESA certificate of origin, and yet we have also membership in the two countries. What happens at the moment is there is a choice within the member states. They can use any of those certificates and still conduct trade. It hasn't been problematic as such. We know it is a problem, but that is the reality. Because the formation of these regs, let us not forget, it's not just economics, but also politics. So there are things which we can do, there are things we may not do, but we work within that framework. So the same case with the case for mergers, which Honorable talked about. Do you notify the national authorities, or you notify the regs, the two regs, or which one? I think that's why most speakers from yesterday were talking of strengthening national authorities. Because if we have strong national authorities, unless there is a very big, challenge, it would, naturally fall that you notify the national authorities. But of course, there are areas where you find players are in different markets, and so that's where the rationale for the regs authorities come in, either the ESC or the COMESA. And again, it is up to the traders themselves, yeah, to decide which one, which area. If I am a trader, which markets am I specifically focusing on? Where will I be operating most? Is it within the ESC region or within the COMESA? Yeah. So I think that flexibility is still there. But as I said, we just finalized the draft competition regulation for the tripartite, and I think those issues are addressed. They are teething, and that's why these kind of forums are important. But we have to look at them, face each other in the face, and say which one are we going for, and what are the options that we're giving to the traders. I hope I have attempted to answer.
Yes, you have. Well. Lillian.
Thank you. Let me attempt to answer this question by our Senator Mungatana. It's a very common question, Lily. Who to notify? And like I said, there's a big challenge that you're facing, but you are trying to address it. This is because when you look at the East African partner states, there are 7. 5 out of 7 belong to COMESA. So you can imagine. However, when you look at our treaties, you know our treaties are legal instruments. The competition laws are anchored under those treaties. It becomes very challenging really to say that you not deal with a matter that comes to the East African community. So what we are trying to do, and thank you, Willard, we are here. We are trying to really have a cooperation framework with Willard. We've been negotiating with the COMESA to see how we can address this issue, because we realize it's a big challenge. And not just for us as COMESA and EAC, thank you, Willard, because it's also trying to initiate a forum where the legs can meet together and see how they can address these issues, because we are concerned. I recall one time in one of our policy organs meetings, I took this matter up, the issue of double notification, and I told them we are going to face a big challenge when we start implementing, especially the merger regime. And it's a matter I recall I was told, because it's not just on competition, there are other areas like my colleague has said, the legs are actually trying to meet together to see how they can address this issue of overlapping jurisdictions or even memberships, to see how we can operate seamlessly. So we are concerned about it, we care about it, and it's something that we are looking at. Maybe the other thing that we can do, like I've mentioned earlier, is the regulations that we are coming up with. We can amend the regulations that we have, we can amend the laws that we have, to see how we can have a robust referral mechanism, so that if I realize really the case or the merger is affecting more the countries that are in COMESA, then I'm able to refer that matter. I recall when we were doing our regulations, it became a challenge because we brought in that provision, but they said, your treaty says 1, 2, 3. So you cannot just start saying that you want to refer the matter to another regional block. But I'm saying it's something that is really under consideration. And maybe the other one is about thresholds. The EAC Competition Authority has already developed their thresholds, merger thresholds. I recall very well we really consulted with COMESA, and thank you very much, Willard, and they were able to guide us. Our thresholds are slightly below what COMESA has, because one of the requirements when you are notifying your merger or your transaction is we look at the thresholds. So if you meet the thresholds that fit the East African community, then I think you are able to come to the East African community. But you meet the thresholds that really fit COMESA, then you are able to go there. So when we come up with regulations, these thresholds, we are really focusing on this. So it's a concern to all of us, and we want to believe at the end of the day, when we collaborate, consult, and work together, we'll be able to resolve this issue. Thank you.
Lillian. Dr. Mo, any last thoughts on that?
Very quickly, a very straightforward answer, because although in the case of West Africa, there is a multiplicity of membership for 2 different regional integration. You have 2 different regional integration groups, 2 different regional law, and 2 competing regional authority. So you will have to comply with the 2 regulations. If you have a case, you have to notify before the 2 regional competition authority. And hence here the need actually to elaborate on regulation tools between the 2 regional competition authority on the allocation and cases, and also on merger cases. Thank you.
A round of applause to this interesting panel. Thank you very much for all the insights that you have shared today. Thank you very much. We may just be upstanding here for a photo shoot. I reckon, yeah, our camera people are already there. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Tula Kaira, our chair for this session, Fostering Regional Integration Through Competition Law Enforcement. I must say, this has probably been the biggest panel we've had so far, but Mr. Kaira has managed time so well and has stuck to their clock. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you so much. I'm happy that my friend Mr. Kair here has given a good example to all our chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed we appreciate you. You are a very lovely audience. We also love that our guests are taking part in the deliberations and the discussions today. But I know a lot of us are edging towards looking to go for our lunch break. If we look at the program, I would really ask you if we could finish off with the last session for this morning, and then we move on to our lunch break. Indeed, I would also like to ask the next chair to observe the 1 hour allocation for the next panel discussion. The next topic that will be covered is cross-border consumer matters, how to safeguard the interests of consumers. Ladies and gentlemen, our chair for this session is the Executive Director, Uganda Consumer Protection Association, Mr. Sam Watasa. Let's invite him to the front. Let's give him a big hand of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. I will definitely try to fit within the 1 hour, knowing that lunch is close, but also will not take too long on a number of the preliminaries. Dear guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be your chair for the next session. And the session has already been introduced. It's consumer protection in cross-border matters. We will not go into the nitty-gritty. We all know what consumer protection is by now. So the detail will be covered by the keynote address, and so I will not definitely delve so much into it. I also want to save my panelists the bother of having to thank COMESA Competition Commission for each one of them for the 10th anniversary by doing it on their behalf. So I will encourage every panelist to delve direct into the questions. I've done it on your behalf and thanked the COMESA Competition Commission and congratulate them on their 10th anniversary. That should save us about 5 to 10 minutes. I'll start by inviting the, I introduce the presenter and you step on the podium. I will start by inviting the Director for the COMESA Competition Commission and the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Willard Mwemba. He needs no further introduction. He's been introduced so many times. He has a PhD, that's why he's a doctor without doing medicine. And he's worked variously in consumer protection, mergers and acquisitions and consumer protection. Details will be found on the website. Thank you very much. You're welcome, Dr. Willard Mwemba. Our next participant on this, who is a panelist, is Adefunke Adeyemi, who is the Secretary General of the African Civil Aviation Commission since September 2022. This is an agency that is responsible for the single Africa air transport market, and her role is to provide security, safety, air transport, and liberalization, environment protection, and overall sustainability of the air, of the skies for the Africa continent. You're welcome, madam. I would also like to welcome Rose Mpofu. Rose Mpofu is the Executive Director of the Consumer Council of Zimbabwe. I'm proud to have worked with her in consumer issues over the last 3 decades. Rose, you're welcome. Again, those who want to know her profile, please go to the website of the Zimbabwe Consumer Council. I have to give you some homework so that you listen carefully. I would also like to invite General Sherif Hassan. He graduated from a military college and therefore brought militarism into consumer protection. That's why their council is very effective. He was in the Egyptian Air Force for 28 years. And right now he's with is in charge of strengthening market surveillance procedures and supporting cooperation with regulatory authorities for the benefit of consumers. You're most welcome. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the keynote presenter, Dr. Willard Mwemba, to take the floor. Thank you, sir.
It's okay to be very short. It's okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I should first of all confess that I feel so little to be delivering a keynote speech on or keynote address on this issue with these distinguished panelists. They are all acclaimed experts of so many years of experience in this field that I've been privileged to interact with in the past. I think Rose specifically has grown us up in this field of consumer law. But I'll attempt to be the keynote speaker today. I think our focus... Oh, sorry, Chair.
Sorry, and I'll still do it quickly. Apologies, I forgot to invite one panelist, Commissioner Brian Lingala from the Zambia Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. He's also a board member on the Board of Commissioners of COMESA Competition Commission. You're welcome.
That is the name we are also missing. Is considered the guru of consumer law in Africa and beyond. Welcome, Vice Chair. So anyway, the focus of the conference, I think the past 2 days and up until now, has been on competition regulation. But I think it's very important to appreciate that there is a great interface between competition regulation and also consumer protection. For the ultimate goal, anyway, of competition regulation is to ensure that the welfare of consumers is enhanced. That's very critical. And even when you look at our COMESA competition regulations, the mandate they have as provided for under Article 2, as I said yesterday, it is very clear that they are very, very deliberate when they say to promote and encourage competition by deterring restrictive business practices, and thereby enhancing the welfare of consumers, and also clearly saying that to protect consumers from offensive actors, offensive conduct by market actors. So it's very important that we do not think these are very separate disciplines, but disciplines that complement each other. Sadly, Chair, and as we can see even the last 2 days, it appears there is always lots of emphasis on competition regulation rather than direct consumer protection. And it is not a secret that this subject of consumer law protection remains quite largely untapped in a number of countries, and most of them still lacking adequate or consolidated consumer protection laws. But we'll pick it up from there. I think it is very important that we begin to deliberately emphasize on these issues, and the beginning theme for all of us who've been in this field of consumer regulation is to look at the basic consumer rights and how it all began. So consumers have said we've had antitrust laws for quite a long time now, since the 1800s or even before that. But I think the deliberate emphasis on consumer protection started somewhere in 1962, when the then President of the United States of America, John F. Kennedy, gave an address to Congress and emphasized on some of the very basic rights that a consumer should have. The right to safety, the right to be heard, the right to information. I can't remember the other one, you help me. But he did mention those four. And then in 1985, the United Nations adopted the so-called United Nations Guidelines on Consumer Protection and expanded on those four basic rights that President Kennedy had presented to Congress in that year, and they added 4 more that we have now 8 consumer rights, and among them were the right to a healthy environment, the right to be informed, the right to redress, the right to consumer education, and also the right to basic needs. Now, when you look at some of those rights that were added by the United Nations guidelines on consumer protections. I think some of them, it is very clear that it is only governments specifically that can address those. The right to basic needs, those rights by a consumer. I'm not so sure that consumer authorities can guarantee those rights, but what consumer authorities can do is to advocate, because that is also one of the things that we do, to advocate seriously that those rights are guaranteed to the consumers. I will now quickly go to our COMESA competition regulations. Our COMESA competition regulations provides us with a mandate to review consumer welfare issues under Part 5 of the regulations. And among the matters that we look at basically are false or misleading misrepresentations. So this is where there's what is best understood and an expectation. What is best understood as an expectation versus the reality of the matter. Under misleading misrepresentations are so many issues that we are grappling with now, and I think those that should also be leading us to cooperate more on consumer issues. The new and emerging issues, bait advertising, for example, has become so common, where companies, especially online platforms, would be advertising the goods that they don't have, or indeed the prices that the goods are not selling at, just to attract consumers to go to their shops and then buy what they did not even intend to buy. Unconscionable conduct in consumer transactions. Here, this one is also becoming very serious. I gave an example yesterday of the Jumia online platform where you'd engage in some transaction on their platform, and then they'll clearly tell you that we do not, number one, guarantee the accuracy of the information that is on our website. We do not guarantee the continuation of our website. We are not liable to anything that goes wrong on this website. We cannot disclose who the seller is. And all those kinds of conduct are quite unconscionable against the consumer, because they are in a lesser bargaining position compared to those online platforms and other such businesses. Using complex or unfamiliar language in contracts, failing to disclose or explain important contract terms. This is very common, and I think even banks are they're serious culprits on such issues. Now, quickly, I'll also go to some of the successes that we've had as regards the mandate that has been given to us in terms of protecting consumers against misleading or misrepresentations and unconscionable conducts, but also recall of products. Recall of products that are dangerous to consumers and those that do not meet the minimum specified consumer standards. There's a problem also. When the regulations say a product that does not meet the minimum specified standards for a good should be recalled from the market. What are these minimum standards that should be used at the level of the COMESA competition regulations? So I know currently we have started talking about that, trying to engage a number of consumer authorities in the region, but also Bureau of Standards and other international bodies. I recall when I was in Ethiopia, State Minister Belue Kafene, you remember this is one of the matters that we discussed, that how do we come up with some standard to which we can be referring to at COMESA level to say these are some of the products that are not meeting those standards, and what would be the criteria to come up with those standards vis-a-vis all these international standards that are in place. And I was privileged to be taken to one of their state-of-the-art labs in Ethiopia by the Honorable Minister. But those are some of the things that we are discussing. Chair, I will not get into the details of the cases that we've done under consumer, because yesterday I think I gave some examples. But I think I'll be talking about some of the things that we are planning to do for the future to narrow down the gap that exists in in consumer law enforcement. One of the things that we've done at COMESA level is to come up with what we are calling the COMESA Consumer Protection Committee. I was almost saying COMESA Competition Protection Committee, but the COMESA Consumer Protection Committee. So this is a committee that involves all national consumer authorities in the COMESA member states, but not just national consumer authorities, Also, consumer associations. I know we have Mr. Capito here. He's a very active member of the Malawi Consumer Association. I saw him yesterday. So all those, they apply to this, to become members of this committee. And the importance of that committee is to discuss new and emerging issues, discuss the review of laws, but also one of the things that they are doing there is to come up with a mechanism of quickly tracking and safe products that are in the common market and issuing alerts or indeed recalls in good time before they cause damage on markets. The other issue that this committee is looking at also is to ensure that we develop capacity and knowledge in young ones, just as they are passing through the school system. So I know they are developing some curriculum there that they intend to introduce in different universities in our member states and also probably in the future in secondary schools, so that the consumers at an early stage, they understand what their rights are and how their rights are guaranteed and which institutions to run to when there is an issue. The issue of, I don't want to call it jurisdiction, but the issue of who deals with the matter, national consumer authorities or the regional consumer authority, is not just an issue that arises in competition. It also does arise in consumer. In fact, probably more in consumer, where we have so many fragmented laws that even at national level, there are different stakeholders that deal with different consumer matters. So what we are trying to do under that COMESA Consumer Protection Committee also is to see how we can harmonize and get into some partnerships and proper working mechanisms through the national consumer authorities, but together with their other national sector consumer regulators at national level. So, Chair, I think in the interest of time, I'll end here, but the last thing before I conclude, and I think the Secretary General, Her Excellency Defunke Adeyemi, will state something on that, that we are already leading the way in trying to address matters where there are gaps. For example, one of the issues that is seriously coming to our attention at the COMESA Competition Commission are violations and offenses against consumers and passengers in the airline or aviation sector. And on that score, we've demonstrated with the Africa Civil Aviation Commission that we can work together to address some of these issues. And indeed, in the past, we have worked together to tangibly with results that we can show to assist passengers that were whose rights were violated by some of the carriers. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Mwemba, for that presentation. I think the most significant development resulting from that presentation is putting in place a framework for coordination and cooperation in terms of consumer protection issues through the COMESA Consumer Protection Committee. I will hinge on that to pose my first question to Her Excellency Defunke Adeyemi, Secretary General of the Africa Civil Aviation Commission. Two things are prominently featuring in the Commission, and that is responsibility for supervision and managing Africa's liberalized air transport industry, and formulating, enforcing appropriate rules and regulations for fair and equal opportunities for players. Considering this mandate, I just want to tickle your mind about what the Commission is doing to execute this role, and what you are doing to address any overlaps that may arise, and what steps you are putting in place to enhance consumer protection in the aviation sector in Africa, especially considering liberalization and open skies. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, AFCAC is the African Civil Aviation Commission, and this is the specialized agency of the African Union that is responsible for civil aviation matters across the 55 states of Africa. Our objectives are to facilitate cooperation and coordination amongst African states in the field of civil aviation, as well as working with our regional economic communities and commissions, and of course, partners both regionally and internationally to foster a safe, secure, sustainable, cost-effective, and resilient air transport industry for the continent. Now, one of our other mandates is the executing agency of the Yamoussoukro decision. This is a legal framework agreement that was signed on a continental basis to help liberalize the air transport market in Africa. Think of it like the European single market, where flights within Europe are considered domestic flights. That's the idea behind the single African air transport market and the framework agreement of the Yamoussoukro decision. So our mandate is the executing agency. Now, in 2018, the heads of state of the African Union at their assembly made several decisions. One was to launch flagship projects of the African Union. They launched 16 flagship projects, and the first of those flagship projects is the single African air transport market. And it's no wonder why, because with a continent like Africa, with the sheer size of the continent, which we know is not represented on the map, aviation is an accelerator. And the heads of state in Africa, right from 1988, had already recognized this fact, that it can act as a key facilitator, not just for movement of people and goods, but also for facilitating socioeconomic development across the continent. So it was important that through the launching of this single African market, there was also the necessity for the right regulatory support for that framework agreement of the YD. And so other regulations were adopted at that 2018 summit, including the regulation on the powers and functions of the executing agency, so how AFCAC is able to discharge its functions as the executing agency and to manage the operation of this single African market, and also regulations on the rules of competition for the air transport market in Africa, as well as on consumer protection. These are annexes to the Yamoussoukro decision, and these regulations are really integral in the operationalization of this market. Now, one of the key elements is that one, AFCAC is a continental body. Two, the YD is a continental framework agreement, and therefore these regulations are continental regulations. And that really helps to speak to the issue of how to address the fragmentation and or the overlap. And we've heard a lot about it. I love the reference that Professor Jenny used earlier this morning about unraveling the spaghetti. We've heard a lot about the different regimes that are in place. But in the field of aviation, because there is this continental regulation that addresses competition rules and consumer protection, that is a really good way of addressing the issue of having a patchwork of regulation, and also to harmonize the regulations that are in place. So what that means is that at national level and at REC level, the different agencies can use these regulations as a guide and as the benchmark in order to come up with their own national regulations should they want to do that. And that creates a harmonized approach, particularly in the field of aviation. It also means that at the regional level and national level, competition and consumer protection authorities can fall back on these regulations, especially when it comes to the field of aviation. We know that not many of the consumer protection or competition regulations or authorities handle civil aviation per se. They're general, they're broad, they handle business and industry. And so when it comes to civil aviation, there is always a room and an opportunity to fall back using these regulations. And that is, going back to how Dr. Willard ended his presentation by referencing the MOU that we signed with the CCC this morning. And that MOC, it's a memorandum of cooperation between the CCC, meant to not just strengthen our cooperation, but also ensuring that we're working in a harmonized manner. But it's also to bring to life another CCC, which is cooperation, collaboration, and coordination, across the different forms of institutions across the continent. So we have the continental level institutions, AU level, AFCAC level, AFCFTA, and so on. Then you have the regional commissions, and then you have the national level. So that's meant to happen. But again, and I was really, really excited to hear what Dr. Willard mentioned about this committee, another CCC, which is this COMESA Competition Committee. And so our competition resources will work closely with you and with the other regional economic commissions to ensure that we can strengthen our cooperation in this regard. I think the final point to raise is that as during that assembly of heads of state that I mentioned, another significant event happened. AFCAC signed memoranda of cooperation with the 8 regional economic commissions or communities that we have across the continent. So since 2018, we have been working in cooperation with all 8 of them, particularly in the field of aviation and for all of these regulations that I mentioned. So what is really important from the consumer protection point of view is, just really going back to basic principles. The first is that we are all consumers. So many of us traveled here today. Many of us came by air because, as we've said, it took me a day and a half, and I'm sure many people that have traveled across, different parts of the continent, that is what it is. And so the question is, as we go about our work, not just doing the work, but also living the work, what is our experience as consumers? And I think the most important thing that we are trying to do at AFCAC, while we are, going into the sort of the framework agreements, the legalities, and so on, is also to ensure that we're fostering a balancing act, balancing the rights of the consumer, balancing ensuring that we have a competitive and level playing field, and balancing that with the sustainability of business. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for keeping it that short. 1 minute beyond what is required, but that's acceptable. Next question, I hope we will be looking in the winding up to see whether there are any model regulations for open skies that we can adopt for different jurisdictions that you will speak to at the end of it. Rose, my old friend, you've been at this job since you were young, and the Consumer Council of Zimbabwe has been at it since 1975. What challenges has the Council experienced in lobbying for consumer rights and assisting the resolution of consumer complaints? Specifically, how does your Council interact with courts and regulators in addressing consumer complaints? Exactly 5 minutes.
I must look at my watch. Thank you very much.
When I look at you, you know that you've done 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Sam. Perhaps I could just start by speaking on the complaints that we receive. One thing that has made me remain with consumer protection has really been to see the evolvement of complaints. You start with certain complaints. As the year goes by, there are new, complaints coming. Like now, we do have a lot of digital complaints, fair digital markets, something that was not there a few years ago. So it's important also at this juncture to note that as Africa, as a region, we are still grappling with issues of access. Dr. Mwemba highlighted some of the rights, the right to basic needs. Consumers are still struggling to get clean water, struggling to get affordable energy, which is reliable. Food security is still a big issue in our region. And
for us to be able to achieve redress for consumers, we have to grapple with a lot of regulators. You will look to the Ministry of Health when it comes to issues of food safety complaints. We look up to our ministries of industry, who are of course our mother ministries within consumer protection organizations. We also look at various regulators, like the energy regulators, the water regulators, for addressing consumer complaints. But it is a mammoth task. So coming up with the consumer protection law is something that all our countries within the region require. And I must hasten to say that while most countries now have consumer protection laws in place, those consumer protection laws are still not harmonized within the region. And it gives a big problem, particularly when you want to address issues of cross-border nature. Cross-border complaints are a reality because most of our countries are actually importing products, importing basic foods, basic necessities, and those products are bound to bring about consumer complaints in one way or the other. Issues of substandard products. We do have national standards bodies within our jurisdictions, but you find that sometimes those standards bodies are not even regulated. Like in my country, our Standards Association of Zimbabwe develops voluntary standards. And we are saying, for us to be able to harmonize our laws, let's have revision of our laws, and I'm sure CCC can help us do that, so that we harmonize our laws and ensure that they speak to each other and they are kind of uniform, so that when it comes to addressing consumer complaints, it becomes easier, because our complaints are definitely of a cross-border nature. And there's also need for us to participate in standardization work through the ISO, the COPOCO, the Consumer Committee of ISO, through even the African Regional Standards Organization. They do have the Consumer Committee, and it's important that we work through those arms to try and empower consumers so that consumer standards are met, both the quality standards, even other issues like information, labeling. I'll give you an example. Because of the nature of cross-border trade that we have, we've had complaints whereby a very, touching example was whereby a man became blind for 2 days because they had used a hair dye without understanding the directions for use. Why? Because that packet was labeled in Chinese. Yes, it was labeled in Chinese. So they guessed, how to use it, and they became blind. Can you imagine the trauma that that person went through? So it is important to observe, cross-border issues, things like labeling, and all these things come with standardization. So I'm a firm believer in standards development, and I believe that consumer protection begins with standardization, and we must and we should participate in standardization work, because our participation is key. Secondly, I will not overemphasize the need for cooperation, the need for collaboration, consultation, harmonization, working together, and capacity building our organizations. We need to strengthen our organizations. Where competition and consumer protection are housed within the same institution, it is a plus, and I'm sure because of the necessary requirement for competition, we will achieve consumer protection. But it is also very important for our governments to ensure that enough consumer protection organizations are funded so that they are able, to advocate and to lobby for the necessary consumer protection initiatives. Sometimes consumer protection authorities are new, and they may not really understand how to, to advocate and to lobby and to protect consumers. It's important that these commissions, these authorities are well trained, and that they are also well trained to work hand in glove with the consumer protection organizations or the consumer protection advocacy bodies within their countries. One other thing, I'll speak from the point of view of the CCC Consumer Protection Committee. This new committee has now embarked on curriculum development, and we believe that consumer protectors or consumer protection organizations within the region must be trained at a particular institution following the same curriculum that is developed, because the complaints that we receive or the issues of consumer protection that are rampant in our jurisdictions are similar. Most of the products that we are using come from the same organizations or same businesses. So it is important that our officers are trained using the same curriculum and they have the similar approach from one country to the other. The other issue is that of research. Research is a key component of consumer protection. We need to carry out research. We need to know even small things like prices of basic commodities within our jurisdictions. How much does a 2 kg bag of sugar cost in Uganda, in Kenya, in Zimbabwe? And we compare. If our countries can all be able to compare prices, we can fight for reduction of prices with one voice, because as consumer protectors, we believe that there is power in numbers, there is power in concerted efforts, and we need to speak with one voice, right from the national level to the region to the international community. We need to do that. And if we really take the issue of research, we should be able to work hand in glove with our competition arm and fight for the cause of fair pricing, because it is important for prices to be pegged in a fair way, in a competitive way, and businesses must compete both for quality and standards, but also even for reduction of prices. So cooperation is very key. We are also looking for capacity building, strengthening of our various institutions, and we look forward to CCC to enable that, because as it stands, there are countries which still do not have consumer protection organizations. Some of them are still housed within the competition, which is well and good, but others do not have anything. Some are still housed in departments of ministries of trade, and it's not right, because consumers need to know where to go when they have issues. When they have received substandard products, where do they go to report, and what redress mechanisms are in place?
Time. 30
okay.
seconds.
Okay, just one more issue, talking about the issue of consumer redress. Redress mechanisms are a key component of consumer protection in each and every jurisdiction that we are in as COMESA, community. We need to ensure that our businesses do have redress mechanisms, and we can only do this if we engage consumers, if we embark on an aggressive consumer education campaign, which is not just based at national level, but across the region, speaking with one voice, educating consumers on the same issues and on how they can achieve empowerment and redress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rose. At the end of every panelist presentation, I'm throwing in a question that will form the basis of your closing remarks, so you don't forget it. And for you, Rose Mpofu, We have a case of a lady who died recently after using a Chinese contraceptive pill in Uganda, which has been banned by the regulators, and that publicity had gone out. It's on the black market, but people are actively looking for it. Your thoughts on that, despite strengthening consumer associations and regulators? I'll want to pick your mind on that as you wind up. I come back to Brian. Regulation of consumer rights is an area that remains fairly untapped, and a number of laws in Africa are in different regulatory sectors. Most consumer protection laws are spread across different regulators. Some countries have well-established consumer protection laws, and Zambia was among the first African countries to adopt that. And since you've been with it for long, can you give us your experience on how the Commission is promoting consumer protection law at the national level in liaison with other national regulators who have concurrent jurisdiction? And it might also then touch on to how this feeds into the COMESA Competition Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the National Competition and Consumer Protection Commission in Zambia has been at it for a long time. We had the first statute to deal with competition and consumer protection way back in 1994, with the institutional framework having been established in 1997. And we do appreciate the efforts of pioneers, Dr. George Lepimile, Mr. Tula Kaira, Mr. Chilofia Sampa, that have laid a very strong foundation for the Commission to deal with consumer protection in our country. We have grown from a very small institution dealing with at least only 100 consumer complaints annually to 3,000 as I speak. And we have scaled up our efforts in protecting our consumers. Now, our National Consumer Protection Law bestows upon the Commission the status of a principal agency and advocate for consumer protection in the country. Be that as it may, there does exist other sectoral regulators with their attendant laws that also protect consumers in the respective sectors, such as, for example, energy, insurance, water and sanitation standards. Rose did allude to that, and also the financial services sector. Now, what this does practically is to bring some form of regulatory confusion in the eyes and also experience of a consumer on the ground. Consumers would like to deal with a predictable redress system, one that is efficient, and also one that basically avoids unnecessary duplicity. If you are a consumer, and all of us are, you wouldn't want to deal with a situation where you move from one regulatory institution to a National Consumer Protection Commission and vice versa, because what this does is that it adds a cost not only on regulated entities, but consumers also, particularly when we are dealing with traditional ways of seeking redress, where consumer has to write or indeed walk into an institution to seek redress. So this is a real challenge, not just in Zambia, but in many other countries in the common market and beyond. But what have we done in Zambia to deal with the impact of concurrency of jurisdiction and overlapping functions? We have entered into memoranda of understanding with different sectors, in which we have defined the roles of different institutions on how we would deal with concurrency and overlapping mandates. In the MOUs, we do have what we call joint working committees that will come together and sit to address particular issues that emerge in some situations where we have determined that a particular institution, either the National Consumer Protection Agency or a concerned sector regulator, is better placed. We do have a mutual referral system in place. What we have also done to better assist consumers is to come together and undertake joint capacity building workshops for better understanding of each other's mandates. We have in place through the MOUs information sharing as well as intelligence sharing systems to ensure that the consumer is adequately protected. Give an example, we have in the financial services sector where we're dealing with insurance, banking and finance, and also securities. A single multilateral MOU that we are using to deal with all matters in the insurance, in the financial services sector. This notwithstanding, Chair, you will realize that MOUs in most jurisdictions have their own attendant challenges, particularly because these are voluntary in nature. I think Professor Jenny did allude to that in the morning presentation. They are not legally binding or enforceable. So in dealing with this, perhaps we need to ensure that our legislations across the common market harmonize to find a way in which we can cooperate or ensure mandatory mechanisms. With regard to the CCC, we do have a memorandum of understanding. The first one was signed way back in 2016. We renewed it in January 2023. In which there is an issue of investigative assistance. There was one case to do with FastJet that we had to deal with, although it concerned a country that was outside the common market, which is Tanzania, which had closed in Zambia. But we did rely on MOU with the CCC to find a way of resolving that particular issue. So when you look at the MOU, again, we do have cooperation in terms of capacity building. Rose passionately made a point for training of our investigators, case handlers. We, as a commission, have benefited tremendously from this aspect of cooperation. We have had our staff, not just case handlers in consumer protection, but across all divisions, measures, anti-competitive practices, restrictive business practices, benefiting from capacity building initiatives. We ourselves, through the cooperation framework with CCC, have also extended the hand of assistance to sister institutions to place our staff into the commission to learn about consumer protection and also competition. We've hosted officials from Djibouti, Malawi, Uganda. I think just last month we had a parliamentary delegation from Uganda to come and exchange notes with us in that regard. Ethiopia, including sister institutions from other non-COMESA member states. Even across the borders, this cooperation is not just important within the common markets. We have other networks such as the African Dialogue on Consumer Protection. Way back in 2014, we came and developed as member states of the African Dialogue on Consumer Protection, what we call the Livingstone Principles on Cooperation. So cooperation does not necessarily have to be formal, even informal. I should be able to pick up a phone call or drop a WhatsApp message over something I need from my colleague Vincent in Malawi, Boniface in Kenya. We have found that to be much more beneficial. We do welcome the COMESA competition, COMESA Consumer Protection Committee. We have benefited ourselves through product information on product recalls. I have exceeded my time, but moderator, if I can just push in one point, consumer education. That is critical. We have invested over the last 20 years in consumer education. A consumer that is educated is one that is empowered to protect themselves in the interactions with traders and service providers in the market. I end here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. You ended exactly where I was going to give you my remark for your closing remarks, and that is, how do you deal with consumers who exhibit willful ignorance, and what incentives do you provide for them to proactively complain? You will make your final remarks around that. So I get back to General Sherif. Yeah, Egypt is one of those countries that has a consumer protection agency set up by law, and it's been in place since 2018. Therefore, it looks like it's one of those best practice countries to look forward to in terms of consumer protection. How has this statutory agency helped in advocating for consumer rights in Egypt, and how does it interact with international and regional regulators in addressing consumer complaints, ensuring effective resolution? I am aware that the Egyptian Consumer Protection Agency has recalled a number of products in the past few years. How have you gone around that? Share your experience.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, the Egyptian consumers now have the new law, as you mentioned. It's 181, issued in the year 2018. This new law has too many aspects during the development of this law. First of all was the regulatory and legislative framework, and the institutional framework. This institutional framework was very important, that we made the board of the agency consists of several parties that they are stakeholders to control the market, the agency and some authorities like quality and standard, authority of monitoring the import and export goods to Egypt, financial authority also, and some society, civil society working on the consumer protection also. They attended the board, and this gathering in the board make us able to analyze the problems and maybe take ideas and thoughts before coming with a decision in the market. The new law was is already dealing with recalls from outside country as well as from inside country producers. We receive many recalls, especially in cars production through all the world. We follow like a network with those companies, so we get notified about the recall, and we work together with the local to make announcement for the recalls, and then follow the consumers, and we kind of monitoring until they finish the recall. Sometimes this recall will be big, and that needs us to monitor with and work with the manufacturer itself, not only the local market. Also, we have recalls come from medicines and food, of course. Mars chocolates, we have many recalls about chocolates. We're monitoring in the market, and we withdraw with the help of other agencies. We withdraw the whole product, and agriculture also, and many aspects we have recalls that we follow. Also, the new law developed and emphasized the role of the civil society in the consumer protection, because we rely on those societies in, as my colleague just mentioned, in awareness of the consumer. And maybe those societies, they don't have the enforcement on implement of the law, but they are and have the capacity to make awareness through all the region of Egypt. And this help us, of course, as you mentioned, educated the consumer much better than ignorant one. The main reason also for developing this law was the expansion of the e-commerce in Egypt, also as well as the world. The e-commerce has many problems, so the new law also deals with it. As this mentioned, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, General Sharif. In your closing remarks, you will comment on whether when there are product recalls and your sanctions, the final consumer finally gets redress or compensation after your actions. Thank you very much. My panelists, as you can see, participants, we've moved all the way from the COMESA Consumer Protection Committee as provided by Dr. Willard Mwemba, and moved all through to up to product recall and actions taken by the different agencies. Now, I'm going to open the floor to questions for a period not exceeding 7 minutes. And then we'll get back to the panelists, who each will have 1.5 minutes to wind up. Keep them short, don't repeat what you've said. These panelists are very, very attentive.
Thank you so much for that. I must admit, Brian and Rose took the wind out of my sails here, because some of the stuff you've already engaged in. I'm Heather from MultiChoice, and I just wanted to speak about the fact that over the past probably a year or so, we've been seeing a lot of consumer protection investigations coming through, more so than competition, which was in the past. And one thing that we wanted to just and urge, authorities who deal with consumer protection matters is to remember that business is in the business of doing business, and sometimes it is unnecessary for full-blown investigations to be done where it's a de minimis matter. At least we think that it's a de minimis matter. We're not talking about the poor consumer here who was blinded, or the one who died from contraception. We're talking about somebody who didn't receive a t-shirt because of a competition. And we don't really think that that requires a full-blown investigation. Most businesses understand that the consumer is an important part of their business. And it's important, and we kind of urge, is it not possible for people to engage, or for the various regulators to engage without having to go through a full-blown investigation, so that we fix issues? It is taking a lot of business time and a lot of business resources to respond to what appears to be de minimis matters, which could be dealt with without full-blown investigation. That's the first. The second is, what we've been noticing is same facts, same answer, different regulators asking the same question. Again, as we say, this is really impactful on the business, and it really is taking up a lot of business time. And what it does is it often trivializes matters, and instead of, we know that the consumer is the backbone of our businesses, and we urge regulators to speak across, together and say, if it's the same matter, do we really need to be responding to 5 different jurisdictions on the same factual issues? So, like I said, you took the wind out of my sail, Brian and Rose, because you were right, and these are important things that are really impacting on business and business time. The last one.
You are also repeating the same words for the same question you've already asked, just
Absolutely.
like the regulators do it. So can you pass over the microphone to the next question?
I will do that. Thank you very much, and I hope that has made the point for us. Thank you very much.
Next question.
Thank you. It's more of a comment. I'm Teresa Moreira, representing UNCTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, which is the guardian of the United Nations Guidelines for Consumer Protection that Willard mentioned. And of course, because we gather 195 countries and our mandate focuses on assisting developing countries, I just wanted to tell our friends in the panel that may not be familiar with this, and of course our friends in the audience, that we have this double mandate of competition and consumer protection, and we keep talking along with several partners, and those that are very active in our work, like Willard, like Brian, will know this. We keep talking about promoting synergies, and sometimes this is not so easily done as said. But there are a lot of very interesting issues that are being discussed within our platform that have been addressed here. Consumer product safety, of course, consumer protection in e-commerce. We have recently explored gender and consumer protection, and dispute resolution and redress. Two, as the previous colleague mentioned, is allow consumers to have access to justice, of course, in cooperation with businesses, but without having to go to the traditional judicial system with all the fees and the lengthening procedures that this involves. So I just wanted to draw your attention to this, And feel free to look up the revised UN guidelines for consumer protection because they are very comprehensive, and UNCTAD is there to support all member states and all partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hand up? One here.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to stand because I'm standing at the back. Sitting at the back, sorry. So yeah, all protocol observed. I'm an international relations student and diplomacy at Hebron University, and I'm also a student's general secretary as well. I was so excited about the point that was raised by one of the lead facilitators about the youth programs, programs that are coming up and materials, something like that. So my question is, roughly, how long should the youths of COMESA wait to have the materials and programs in the universities, secondary schools, communities, for us to be sensitized and mobilized to run with the vision of our COMESA? That's my first question. And quickly, the second one says, how closely is the COMESA body working, or let me say, using and engaging the COMESA youths in the process of developing these materials or programs for a greater impact and relevance in our technology advanced generation? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Final question here.
Thank you. My intervention will be in French. C'est Madame Dr. Catherine Faïda, secrétaire permanent au ministère du Commerce, Transport, Industrie et Tourisme au Burundi, et chef de la délégation burundaise.
S'il vous plaît, Madame, si vous pouvez aller un peu petit peu parce que je vais interpréter en anglais.
Je disais que c'est Dr. Faïda Catherine, secrétaire permanent au ministère chargé du commerce.
My name is Dr. Catherine. I'm the General Secretary, Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Trade in Burundi.
Et chef de la délégation burundaise.
And I am the lead of the Burundian delegate.
Et d'abord, nous disons merci pour l'accueil de la part du Malawi. Et merci aussi pour le COMESA, pour l'invitation, la préparation. Merci aussi pour les présentations faites. Merci aussi pour le panel.
And I want also to take this opportunity to thank the government of Malawi, to congratulate also the CCC on their 10th anniversary, but also I want to thank the members of the panel in front of me.
Alors, j'ai bien suivi l'importance soulignée suite à la coopération entre le pays et beaucoup plus.
I've followed with keen interest on the importance of the cooperation between the member states.
Alors, beaucoup plus souligné par au niveau du premier panel, même les autres panels intervenus.
And this has been highlighted by the first panel and all the members of the panel who have followed.
Et là, je me suis demandé, avec le professeur Frédéric, par exemple, il a dit que nous devons beaucoup plus nous focaliser sur les pays qui ont excellé.
And as Professor Frederick said, that we have to focalize mostly on the countries that have excelled.
Et là, j'ai une question. Alors, quels sont ces pays qui ont excellé en matière de concurrence, la protection des consommateurs?
And they have the question to the countries that have excelled on the consumer protection and on the competition laws.
Il y a des indicateurs sur lesquels COMESA se base pour qualifier les pays qui ont excellé en matière de concurrence et la protection des consommateurs.
And I want to know what are the indicators that are there and what are the benchmarks that the COMESA is using to qualify a country as has excelled in the protection of the consumer or on the law of the competition.
J'aimerais demander, oui, en plus des présentations pour le prochain anniversaire, d'ajouter avant ces présentations, nous faire un bilan pour tous les pays qui sont membres du COMESA sur comment ils se comportent, compte tenu de tous les indicateurs justement concernant la protection des consommateurs et la concurrence.
And therefore, for next time, maybe when we will be organizing the event in 10 years, we wanted to know if COMESA can involve all the member states of the COMESA to have the benchmarks. They have to show the benchmarks where they are referring to prove whether they have excelled in the computer and the protection of the consumers, or if they have excelled in the competition laws. So the benchmarks should be very clearly elaborated.
Donc c'est une petite contribution, ça nous permettra de voir les pays qui excellent au regard de chaque facteur qui est exigé par le COMESA, justement le classement, et ça va nous permettre donc de connaître quels sont les pays qui excellent pour que nous puissions montrer sur leur dos.
And that's my small contribution, because it's going to help us really if we can gauge from the COMESA benchmarks, and we can see what the countries have done. We will have a clear view to see that clearly these people have excelled in these domains. Otherwise, we want to keep that so that we can be like a reference to us as well.
Thank you.
Merci pour le COMESA, pour la théorie, mais la pratique aussi va nous permettre de compléter.
And thank you to COMESA for the theories, but I think the practice, if we can put this in practice, that will help us to have a complete program.
J'aimerais aussi faire une petite demande.
And I want also to make a very small.
En plus de ces présentations et de ce bilan annuel de chaque pays, et que vous nous fassiez aussi une présentation sur 3-4 témoignages des pays qui ont excellé au regard de chaque facteur.
And also, it's just a request. If you can just, after every presentation, maybe if you can organize, we say that the countries that have excelled can tell us exactly their points, where they have excelled and where they are lacking, so that for the countries that are qualified that they haven't excelled, we can also learn from them.
Je m'excuse, je ne vais pas vraiment beaucoup tarder. Et juste aussi pour demander de nous partager les enregistrements que vous avez faits, justement pour que nous puissions en exploiter une fois au pays. Et je ferai une petite demande aussi à l'endroit du COMESA si c'est possible.
Excusez,
oui.
Vous avez parlé d'enregistrement, quel type?
Oui, les enregistrements déjà faits. Pendant ces 2 jours, pour les présentations, pour les interventions.
Okay, so maybe she's asking also for the registration, the list of registration during the 2 days, so that they can know who presented what, who's been here, and where they're coming from, the companies and others.
Oui, via nos emails. Une dernière demande, petite demande à l'endroit du COMESA, c'est à l'expérience du corridor central. Le corridor central appuie la formation en ingénierie ou en master, 2 ou 3 candidats par pays. Et j'aimerais demander aussi que le COMESA prend chaque pays membre pour financer au moins 2 ou 3 candidats en matière de concurrence et protection des consommateurs, en master.
Now, the last request is...
Can I request that we end there because it's becoming much longer than I expected?
Yeah.
Thank you for the question and comments. We can have another discussion about what you're raising later. Yep. Back to the panel. I'm going to start from my right. Everyone has 1 minute to respond, to close with the remarks I made, and if there is a question in the audience that you want to respond to, but as I see there is only 1 question, the others are comments, and that question is about multiple investigations. It will probably end up with the keynote presenter to make a comment about. So I'll start with Brian, 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I do not note your observation with regard to investigations and multiple such investigations. You make a valid point, particularly because it does affect the cost of doing business. It is a conversation which can easily be had, particularly at regional level. For example, when you look at, one of the interventions we have we're doing, if I may say, we're doing back home a market inquiry in one of the sectors, TV sector. Perhaps it is something that we could have had, at regional level, considering the players that are there. So that is valid, and I think that at national level, we are already doing that, speaking with sister institutions, particularly those that are sector regulators. It is a point that has been noted. My closing remarks, moderator, you made reference to disadvantaged and vulnerable consumers. Indeed, we need to find suitable strategies that responds to their peculiar needs. We should not just focus on sophisticated consumers, and particularly now when we are into the digital and online economy space, where a lot of consumers, particularly younger ones, are much more sophisticated, but we still need to invest and help those that are vulnerable and disadvantaged. Thank you.
Next, strictly 1 minute, please.
Okay, thank you. Of course, during the development of the consumer protection law in Egypt, we were taking in consideration the guidelines of the United Nations, and also we have get benefit of the experience of the European Union also. So our law is somehow common. It's not different from other laws, especially in the region. Through the Arab League, we make a platform to make all Arab countries now following a common law for consumer protection. For the note, also consumers in Egypt or even foreigners in Egypt, when they complain, they pay nothing. There is no payment for the complaints. And the time for solving those complaints is monitored very strict. We try to solve the problems as short as we can. So those notes are taken into consideration also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to just wrap up with talking about how we're addressing consumer protection from two levels. One is on the strategic level. As AFCAC and as the continental body, as I mentioned, we're working on so many different layers and aspects of civil aviation. And so we protect the general consumer by, one, focusing on the technical aspects of ensuring that we have an enhanced safety and security level for aviation across the continent. Secondly, to try to increase connectivity across the continent by air, which is a challenge at the moment, and that's what the YD and SATAM are all about. And thirdly, to try and ensure that we make travel more affordable for Africans, and by reducing the cost, particularly through harmonization of taxes and charges across regions and across countries. On a more operational or tactical level, the key is on this sensitization and awareness of these key regulatory instruments, which are important tools to ensure not just the harmonization of approaches across the continent, but also dealing with the specifics of consumer protection for aviation. So things like cancellations, delays, lost baggage, and all of that, they are captured in these regulations, and they also have their thresholds. They have, whether it's de minimis or not, everything is already contained. And finally, just to mention that these regulations were developed with best practices in mind, including the UN principles mentioned, including OECD smart regulation principles and other best practices. And they are used in conjunction with the Montreal Convention of 1999, which is the international convention of carriage of people and goods. Finally, AFCAC is here to support the states, the RECs, and all other relevant agencies in terms of capacity building and support, and also addressing specific complaints and challenges. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. From me, the first thing is consumer education, and I think John mentioned, Brian really emphasized on the need for consumer education, because an educated consumer is an empowered consumer. Therefore, we need to up our game and really aggressively educate consumers in all corners of our countries. Secondly, the other issue is to note that our economies are basically informal in a big way, and we do have a lot of vendors who are selling a lot of substandard products or products that do not follow any standards at all. And consumers, unfortunately, are pushed to buy from there because those are the cheapest areas to find goods. So our lobbying is now focusing on the regulators so that they ensure that they sort of allow for vendors to sell, because it is pointless to play the cat and mouse game where they say we have these bylaws which do not allow for vending, blah, 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 and yet they know very well that this is where the majority of consumers are buying from. So it's important that those informal markets are well regulated, specifically if we look at things like food safety, because we see a lot of fresh meat being sold on the streets without following any food safety whatsoever. So it's important that our governments regulate even the informal sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'll quickly address, I think the youth posed a challenge to us. For how long are we going to wait? I didn't get your name, but I think that's a very important question. What we have to understand also is that resources are quite very limited. So you have to start somewhere. The COMESA Competition Commission itself recently established the Research Policy and Advocacy Unit, basically and specifically to address some of those issues. So in their program, for example, next year, I know they have an outreach program to a number of universities in different member states where they'll be raising this advocacy. But on a more sustainable level, someone was talking about competition and consumer law training. On a more sustainable level, the Competition Commission is establishing the Competition and Consumer Law Training Center. You heard the Honorable Minister yesterday mention that we've been given land and we are constructing our headquarters. One of the things we are doing is to construct that Competition Law Training Center to try to address that. So please, my friend, the youth, I didn't get your name, but you can also become an ambassador. Give your details to us and we can work with you to spread the news. Quickly, I'll go to Teresa on her comments. Again, resources are limited, but we try to do what we can do under the circumstances. Teresa will agree that we have so many partners. Among them is UNCTAD. Not so long ago, we were working together to advance consumer protection in Portuguese-speaking countries, where we had the opportunity to speak as well. And more importantly, the permanent secretary, the distinguished permanent secretary from Burundi, I think she also raises very important issues. How do we determine which countries have excelled and which countries can help others? Basically, we look at those with long years of experience in the enforcement of consumer law. We look at the number of cases that they've handled, the significance of those cases, and I'll be confident here to mention some countries where I would be very comfortable to recommend for an attachment. So we have, for example, Egypt. They are quite advanced in consumer law. Kenya, very advanced. Zambia and Malawi. Those are countries I can easily, off my fingertip, really see what they have done and recommend that you go for that training. But lastly, also in Burundi, distinguished permanent secretary, you will be aware that actually your minister, Honorable Marie Chantal Nijimbere, is very, very keen on having a competition and consumer law there. And we've been invited by her office, actually. Is it 3 times now, Mary? I think 3 times we've been in Burundi now just to ensure that we accelerate the implementation and promulgation of that law in Burundi. So we may be seeing you there very soon once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, participants. You've been very good listeners. At this juncture, I would like to call upon the panelists to raise up for a photo moment and call upon the participants to give a round of applause to our very distinguished panelists. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank Mr. Samuel Tasa for managing this very important session really, really well. Let's give him another big hand. Thank you very much, Chair. A very clever man, I see you are. I think it's because your name is Sam and mine is Sam too, my namesake. But thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We would like, I know most of you have been looking forward to this time where we can take a break and have our lunch. So we'll break off for our lunch session. Indeed, the time today seems to be more in our favor, so it looks like we'll be set to finish in a good time because we have one session in the afternoon when we return from lunch. And so that should mean we should have a good break off today because we've had a very, very long couple of days in the conference. And so thank you for your attention once again. For our lunch arrangements, we'll have the same arrangement that we had yesterday. Our distinguished dignitaries in the VIP, you will be served lunch at the Orchid Restaurant. And for our distinguished guests, we will proceed to the foyer just next to the main auditorium where we had our lunch yesterday. The protocol team will be providing us with our lunch coupons, and so I hope that we enjoy this lunch as we take a break. Thank you for your attention once again. I think you all deserve a big round of applause for this great session this morning.